Is my mic on? Everyone hear me? All right, try to project all the way to the back. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to our Personnel and Budget Committee of the LA City Charter Reform Commission. This is our last Personnel and Budget Committee meeting before we transition into our ad hoc committees, which the first one will be taking place this Saturday. We're going to start with roll call. Commissioner Field?
Present.
Commissioner Thomas will be joining us later today.
He's right behind me, just sent me a message.
Okay, he's on his way. Myself, Commissioner Mack, is present. We have a quorum. Some housekeeping reminder, this meeting is being broadcasted live. For anyone joining us today, we do have Spanish translations in the back, all the way in the back. We're gonna have our Spanish interpreter say a few quick words.
Oh, I don't even like. Si alguien necesita servicio de traducción en español, yo, mi colega, estamos aquí. Avísenos si tenemos auriculares y equipos acá, por favor.
All right, thank you. Now we're gonna go over to public comment administered by staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are gonna do in-person public comment and then back to online public comment. And then I'll do a final sweep in the room. I'm just gonna call folks up. Please come up. It is a one-item agenda, which means one item plus general public comment is a total of 2 minutes of public comment. And I'll give you a 30-second warning for when your time is up.
Correction, actually, I think we do have a two-item agenda.
Sorry, I could be. Oh, it is. Thank you so much because of the presentations. Yes. Presentation, so it is a two-item, so that's 2 items plus general, which is 3. Thank you, Madam Chair. 30-second warning still, so I'm gonna call folks up. Let's see, Carolina, Ju, and Andrea are our first 3, well, we have 4, and then Kevin is number 4. So please come up and adjust, there you go. Let me get my handy little timer here ready. Give me 2 shakes. Okay. How much time would you like?
I'm gonna ask for 3 minutes, but I may not use it.
Okay, just a little closer to the mic.
How's that?
Perfect, go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carolina Goodman, League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles. I first want to acknowledge and express appreciation for the enormous amount of work that has been tasked to the Charter Reform Commission with such a short timeline. Before you have a written comment from the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles about the reforms that we strongly support. I want to spend my time today emphasizing the critical need to address LAPD's discipline system. City Council's 2024 proposed ballot measure to reform LAPD's discipline system was vetoed by the mayor. City Council expected that this important issue would be taken up by the Charter Reform Commission. The current LAPD discipline system is not working. You must make this issue a priority. Correspondence from LAPD's police chief to the police commissioners on September 9, 2025, regarding the Board of Rights hearings during 2024, revealed that only 15 of the 30 recommended terminations were upheld. Additionally, 16 of the 17 recommended penalties resulted in lesser penalties or deemed out of statute. Let that sink in for a minute. Chief McDonald does not do a shoddy review of misconduct. During this October 7th Police Commission meeting, commissioners expressed the need for the Charter Reform Commission to consider changes to LAPD's discipline procedures. Chief McDonald agreed and added how he is required to find work for those officers he no longer trusts to serve the public. It's true that the Charter Reform Commission has an overwhelming amount of recommendations to consider. LAPD's discipline process is directly connected to public safety, and reforming the system must be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Jude, how long would you like?
1 minute, please.
Go.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ju Hong, and I'm representing on behalf of UCLA Labor Center, and I'm here to support LA Black Worker Center. Right now, each of you has a power to champion reforms that will mandate change, and the impact will outlive any mayor, any council member, and any department head. And if workforce equity is left to internal policy, it will always be optional. And we know that this optional is never prioritized, and that is why we're asking you to prioritize workforce equity and include LA Black Worker Center's recommendations in your final report. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume you're Andrea?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
1, 2, or 3 minutes.
Come on.
Go.
Okay. Hello, commissioners. I'm Andrea Slater, and I'm here with Care at Work from the UCLA Labor Center, and we're also here to support the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. We are here in alignment with the LA Black Worker Center because we share the same bottom line. Workforce equity is not just a nice to have. It is essential to safety and stability. We don't need performative reforms. We need to mandate changes that directly impact the material conditions of our communities. Charter reform must deliver real change, equitable hiring, transparent data, and accountability, not empty promises. We endorse the Los Angeles Black Workers Workforce Equity recommendations, and we believe that you should too.
Perfect. And I'm assuming you're Kevin. How long would you like?
2 minutes.
Go.
My name is Kevin Sanford. I'm also here with the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. Graduate of their first cohort, and I too am in support of the charter reform. I'm currently an employee of the city of Los Angeles, and I just celebrated my 3rd year anniversary thanks to the Los Angeles Black Worker Center. This employment has changed my life, my family life, as well as people in my community that see me get up and go to work every day. And this past December, I recently took the civil service test. And the questions on that test had nothing to do with the study material I was provided, and really gave me no chance to, further my career and better my employment status. And I feel like it's unfair, and it needs modernization to give everyone an equal opportunity. I believe that these exams do nothing to actually, work for people in lower class, middle class communities, and it's frustrating. It's really frustrating, and it screams out. It screams out a lot of African Americans, a lot of not just African American, but all races. And I believe that's unfair, and we also deserve them opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, please raise your hand online if you'd like to speak. I will unmute you. Or do you wanna? Yeah, okay, thank you. Kate's gonna help me with this.
I need this.
You need that, oh yeah, I'll use that one. Perfect, okay. Glad and conquer. Alrighty, hold on, so I'll preset. Okay. Lionel, we miss you in person. We're bringing you off of mute.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners.
How long would you like, Lionel?
I'd like to speak on knowledge and items, please.
3 minutes, go.
Yes, Lionel Morris, speaking as an individual for myself. I strongly believe that the Charter Reform Commission should strongly consider reforming the civil service. I have, in the past, have taken civil service exams at the county level, city level, and some of those questions do not relate to the job duties. And it feels like there's a disconnect in those exams, some of those exam questions. Some of them are mathematical, advanced math, and that doesn't nothing to do with the job itself. I think that they should place a greater emphasis on experience. It has to be practical, and I don't think some of those exams are related to the job. They're not. And it's not coming from me, but I've heard this from other civil servant employees, both the county and the city level, who have said the same thing. And I think that this Charter Reform Commission should strongly consider reforming how those exams are applied, what kind of questions are being asked, to level the playing field. And to also consider making it easier for current civil servants to transition to another city department if there's a vacancy within the same job classification. For example, if the employee is admin clerk, there's another opening for city clerk vacancy, or Rex and Parks, city attorney. If there's at the same classification, they should be able to transfer without taking rigorous exams or essays, because that's just counterproductive. So we should reform the civil service. Now, I'm not asking to abolish it, but make it better, to make it to the point where it makes sense, because it's a lot of red tape. And a lot of people have said this, even current city employees have said this, even with those who have many years of experience, 10, 15 years plus, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I mentioned this before, but we should consider this, please. Because there are many departments across the city that have vacancies, and many Angelinos, taxpayers, need those services to be provided, and the city departments don't have enough resources to provide those services.
30 seconds.
And LAPD has the biggest budget. It's not fair for other city departments to be underutilized, underfunded. We need to fund those departments so Angelinos could get the services that they deserve. And I'm also a resident of LA, so I also pay taxes. So, thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And I just want to note for the public that Commissioner James Thomas is on his way, and he's listening to public comment via Zoom, but not able to participate. Our next speaker? Irene, we're taking you off of mute. Can you hear us, Irene?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. How long would you like, Irene?
All agenda items, please, and yes.
Go. 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Irene Bonilla, and I'm a city employee that has over 30 years with the city, and I've also have worked in the private sector. And just to be clear, I am speaking for myself. So not only am I a city employee, but I also work and live in the city of LA, so I'm also speaking as a private citizen. But as a city employee, I hope you take to heart, and I know the lady who spoke about LAPD accountability and transparency. While I worked with the fire department for over 10 years, and please keep in mind, this is not a personal attack on the city or any sworn or on LAFD, which is the fire department, but prior to past experience, the fire department sworn, they're not held accountable as well. And they have a pattern of behavior that seems to continue. And I've had a past experience where I've had to file grievances against the fire department, and I'm always told by the sworn, Irene, don't even bother, because it's not gonna go anywhere, because you're a civilian. So not only is it LAPD, but let's not forget fire department as well. You may not hear about their conduct, because everyone's always focused and singles out LAPD, which I get, I understand, because they're more in the public view. But the fire department, and I'm not saying all members of the fire department are sworn, but there are a couple that are not, little angels. And working with the fire department, I do speak from experience, and that the changes that have to be made in accountability and transparency is not only for PD, but also for fire sworn. And also, the state of California Civil Rights Office allows you to file within a year, and then after 3 years, as an individual who filed a case with the state of California Civil Rights Office, you're allowed to petition the Civil Rights Office for copies of your case. The fire department, I filed a grievance against them in 2014, and even now I'm being told I'm not allowed to see my case. Why? It's been how many years moving forward?
30
Once
seconds.
Again, where's the transparency and accountability, and accountability with the fire department? So it's not only PD, but fire department as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rob, we're taking you off of mute. Can you hear us, Rob?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How long?
I will take 3 minutes.
Go.
Wanted to just turn back to something that came up last week, and that was there was an assertion on the commission that increasing the size of city council would weaken the mayor. And I just want to make it very clear, as far as everything I understand and I've learned from others, that would not be the case. Part of the reason the mayor in New York City has more power is because of certain extra powers given to them. But some of that is just because the council president has a much harder time managing a 50-member council. We don't want to go that big, but increasing the size of the city council makes the mayor a whole lot more relevant. I also want to note that we repeatedly suggested that the pensions of city employees convicted of felonies related to their jobs should be stripped. This is something that a council motion from Mitch Englander explored, a budget memo from Kern Price explored, and the answer we got, I don't know because it was a confidential memo, but I would assume is we can't do this without changing the charter. Can we do this in the state of California? Absolutely yes. The state of California does it, LA County does it, and I appreciate Commissioner Thomas speaking up about this issue, how we shouldn't have killer cops getting their pensions. But this is something that has not made it into the staff report, and maybe it's not something worth your time, but we should be conscientious in what we're leaving off the table. I want to just kind of conclude by noting a memo that I submitted, very late, granted. Apologies, but it goes into a little bit of detail on a proposal for an alternate charter review process. There's more to give here as far as potential appointments, timing, all kinds of details, but the challenge with a 10-year wait for periodic review is there's an inherent limit to how much we can include on one single ballot. There has been a suggestion we could do it every 5 years, and I think that's a great idea. But that also means that we have to go through the pains and costs of starting up a new commission within a few years of the last one completing its work. Charter reform is a bit messy and it diverts city attention away from everything else going on. So we might not want to do it in a big, messy way all the time. My suggestion is we establish a permanent charter and governance reform commission with limited review power. It would be similar to the Ethics Commission in that it wouldn't be all appointed by the mayor. There'd be a diffusion of appointing powers and they'd be able to choose their own executive director. It could be a 5-7 member body that meets 6 to 30 times a year. You would need a very minimal staff. What this would do is allow us to actually have ongoing maintenance. And then once every 10 years, we could do comprehensive charter review and we could extend the lifespan of this commission. We open it up, have 8 commissioners added in the open application, and we actually spend extensive time sizing things up so we're not stuck all on one ballot. And for an example, we could say we're putting something on the ballot in 2020 or 2036, and this commission is going to do a part 2.
And thank you, that is time.
2028.
Okay, last week, in person, I know Nick, you're just gonna come up here anyway, so. We're getting the updated list. You got the late list, Nick. We're marking you as tardy. So sorry. That's another organization.
Indirect.
Okay, I got 3 more people. I've got James, Nicholas, and Eduardo. Or Eduardo, again.
Hi, sorry. No worries.
Please come up.
Where do I? Here. Nice, we sit. Yeah.
Let me know 1, 2, or 3 minutes.
3, I guess.
Go.
Usually I write these more, but I was scrambling today, so I'm so sorry. Honored Commissioners, first I wanted to thank you so much for your work on this commission. I know it's been incredibly contentious and difficult, especially these last few sessions, and I appreciate the difficulty of this work. And also thank you so much to the staff, who's, that's a lot from everyone. I wanted to speak in favor of passing forward the specific recommendations from the to the ad hoc policy committee, but also to the broader committee surrounding police reform. All of these have been proposed by LA4, the VSA, Ground Game, Catalyst California, League of Women Voters, many organizations. The recommendations essentially, as you know, fall into three broad buckets. There's reforms to the general liability, which is item number 8, revisions to police discipline, which is items number 2, 3, 4, and 9, and then protections for citizenry during protests, which is 1, 5, and 6. I would ask for these reforms to be passed through and discussed with the highest priority in the general committee. As you have certainly seen in these meetings, it's a topic of enormous interest with broad coalitional and citizenry support, and I do think that it deserves to be spoken to in the broader committee. I'm aware the ad hoc committee is being tasked with discussing feasibility and, but given the weirdness surrounding the ad hoc committee, which, to be clear, has been greeted with a lot of trepidation amongst a lot of organizations who have been observing the work, including the fact that, like, we're not really sure how it's appointed, half of it is mayoral, only one of the 3 of you is on that committee and able to speak to the work that has been done in this committee. I would really strongly encourage that whatever, and again, I'm not an expert in the procedure of this charter commission, but I would love if those specific reforms were passed through to the general committee, where I do believe they deserve to be voted. Also advocate for them in the ad hoc committee, but that was what I had to say for you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Nicholas, Nick. Yeah, you're up.
What?
You're up, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I came up here before. I was like,
No worries.
yeah. Thank you. Good friends.
3 minutes?
Go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dick Caputo, and I'm the Executive Director of Global Advanced LA. I want to speak about personnel systems, budgeting, and why these issues go to the heart of whether Los Angeles can function at the scale it demands. LA does not lack good ideas or good intentions. It lacks structural capacity across departments represented today. DWP, Public Works, LAX, the Port, and others, we see the same pattern. Long-term capital projects governed by annual budgets, rigid personnel systems built for a smaller city, and fragmented authority that pushes operational problem solving into council offices and political staff overloading. Disorganized, non-communicative, and understaffed departments are the single largest wrench in the gears of the city of Los Angeles. When departments cannot hire, retain, or coordinate effectively, council offices become de facto service hubs. That means council members and their staff spend enormous amounts of time resolving basic constituent issues that should already be handled administratively. Fixing personnel and budget structure is not abject reform. It is how council members get more time back to legislate, oversee, and lead. I'm looking at you, Eduardo, where I hope you did well. I also want to encourage this commission to take larger swings. It is politically costly for elected officials to meaningfully add or remove charter reforms once they are placed before voters, especially in an election year. So there will be consequences to stripping too much out of this. That means this commission should not send forward what feels barely feasible. You should send forward what you actually believe would remedy the problem. Our charter reform framework focuses on fixing these problems structurally rather than through incremental tweaks. First, budgeting. We recommend moving away from single-year budgeting towards staggered multi-year cycles. 2-year operational budgets paired with 2-year capital budgets would allow departments to plan staffing, procurement, and labor needs realistically. Infrastructure-heavy entities like DWP, LA World Airports, and Public Works cannot build stable teams when hiring authority resets every 12 months while projects span a decade. Second, personnel systems. Civil service protections are essential, but the current system is not serving workers or the public. We recommend modernizing civil service exams, requiring regular updates, enabling continuous recruitment, and creating interoperable job families so skilled employees can move between departments without restarting the hiring process each time. This improves retention, reduces burnout, and builds real institutional capacity. Third, accountability and transparency. The charter should require accurate vacancy reporting, realistic staffing projections, and standardized financial reporting across all departments. Apples to apples budgeting is a prerequisite for trust. We also recommend strengthening the city controller as the city's true chief financial officer with independent long-range fiscal outlook separate from the mayor. Fourth, periodic charter review. Mandating charter update commissions every 10 years, period. Finally, I encourage the commission to think systemically. Personnel reform, budget reform, retirement systems, police reform, and capital planning are all interconnected. Piecemeal fixes will fail if authority, accountability, and planning horizons remain misaligned. Also, a 10-year capital budget plan. If LA wants a government that can resolve constituent issues faster, retain workers like the people in this room, deliver infrastructure, and earn public trust, the charter must reflect how that actually gets done.
Thank you.
So, Eduardo,
Hey everybody, 3 minutes.
go.
Hi commissioners, thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Eduardo Mazariegos. I'm here as a co-director of Los Angeles ACE, the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. Also a community member out of the 9th City District, representing South Los Angeles, South Central LA. And I'm here to support the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Public sector jobs are some of the last pathways to stability, living wages, benefits, pensions, but the city's hiring and promotion systems have not been equal for too long. The rules have functioned like a gate, especially for Black workers and other workers of color. Let's be honest about the harm. When our people are denied stable work, the city isn't neutral. The city's making a choice. And when we're told the answer is more punishment, more policing, more enforcement, when what communities have need is access to opportunity. That's why charter reform matters. It's not abstract, it's about whether LA will keep using outdated civil services rules or finally build a system that is fair, modern, and accountable. I urge you to support reforms that modernize hiring and testing, build a public service pipeline into permanent jobs, require targeted recruitment, and create independent oversight for equity and transparency. As a community member in South Los Angeles, many of the most stable people in my community have been folks that have been able to carry city jobs, county jobs, public sector jobs. When those are being pulled from our community where it's harder to access that means our community is even more unstable. It means that folks are more housing insecure, have a harder time accessing food, have a harder time building generational wealth that can be passed down to our folks, to our kids. These jobs are what stabilize our communities. Without these jobs, our communities also suffer. We have less services in our neighborhood. I mean, right now we're talking about it takes months, if not years, to get a tree trimmed or get a light turned back on or fill in the pothole. All those things can be done by our folks in the community. Once we're able to do that, we serve the city of Los Angeles the best, especially in South Central LA. I can tell you there's a high percentage of folks that would love to work for the city of LA, but it's so hard to get on that. It's so hard to actually access these union standard jobs that give you good health benefits, that give you good retirement plans, that give you access to the standard of living that we all deserve. It's one of those last things that we have in our community that we can actually count on and depend on.
30 seconds.
To be able to serve our community, to be able to provide for our families, and to be able to be a part of the city that we all love. I truly believe that once we create a better pipeline that's equitable to Black and brown workers in the city of Los Angeles, we will create the type of city that we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
I did see a couple of folks trickle in. Can we do one more call for public comment just for folks who didn't see the paper?
Come on down. One, 2, or 3 minutes.
And then just a public announcement for folks who didn't catch that piece. If you want to make a public comment and you didn't get to chance to sign a paper, please come up now. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ron Collins. I'm here with the Brothers Themselves Coalition to support Los Angeles Black Workers Center's workforce equity recommendations. I'm here to say that the current system does a disservice to our youth. We have some of the highest youth unemployment and some of the highest youth incarceration rates in the country, and this endangers the economic future of our city. We need to stop expanding punitive systems that don't solve root causes and begin to invest in real solutions. Young people in our city deserve the opportunity for economic mobility through city employment. Their ability to attain that is stifled under this current system. A stable job is one of the most effective prevention strategies we have for keeping our young people out of the criminal legal system. By providing youth with access to good city jobs, the city is investing in our future, investing in safety, and investing in a more equitable Los Angeles. Charter reform should reflect the needs of young Angelenos and seek to provide them with a stable economic future. I urge you to include the LA Black Workers Center's recommendations in your final report. Thank you.
Thank you.
How long would you like?
What's the maximum?
3
minutes, all right. I'll take the 3, I may not need it all. But thank you, commissioners, for having us here today. My name is Chauncey Smith. and I'm an associate director at Catalyst California, an organization that advocates for racial and economic justice and to change public systems to make them more equitable for Angelenos. I'm here today. I did a presentation in December where we walked through a whole host of recommendations to address the issue of policing in the city of Los Angeles. I'm very grateful for the commission for taking up this issue because it's of significant public importance within the overall scheme of safety in the city of LA. This is something that the commission needs to address. We have numerous significant events coming down the pipeline in the near future with the Olympics, the World Cup, and the Super Bowl over the course of the next few years. And with that in mind, we need to make sure that Angelenos, especially Angelenos of color, are well protected and not subjected to over-policing and police violence. As I mentioned in December, one of the primary issues when it comes to LAPD is racial profiling, and one of the primary methods through which racial profiling occurs is through what is known as a pretextual stop, where officers use minor traffic violations to disproportionately stop Angelenos of color, subject them to very dehumanizing searches, and all too often it results in uses of force or instances of police violence. Moving forward, I would recommend that the commission submit recommendations to the city council and to the mayor to ban pretextual stops because they are very harmful and counterproductive to safety. They actually undermine community safety in the city of Los Angeles. In addition to that, I'd also like to double down on the recommendations that I offered up in December, which include ensuring greater protections for free speech and First Amendment rights. We saw during this past summer, there were significant attacks on protesters that were there to defend undocumented communities, and it resulted in numerous instances of people's First Amendment rights being violated. In addition to that, the Office of Inspector General should be conducting routine annual investigations into pretextual stops and law enforcement uses of force. Right now, the OIG has those powers, but it hasn't
30 seconds?
exercised them in years. Okay, all right, and just to sum things up with the last 30 seconds, I'd say that there's a significant need to increase city council's power when it comes to oversight and investigations of LAPD. Right now, the council has the power of the budget, but they should also have powers to conduct investigations and pursue channels of police law enforcement discipline. And there's also significant concerns about the overall effectiveness of the police commission itself. To the extent there's other recommendations on that issue, I recommend that the commission seriously consider it. So thanks again for your time. I greatly appreciate the commission for taking up the issue of police reform.
How long?
3 minutes, please.
Go.
Hi, my name is Fatima Murrieta. I'm a senior organizer with Jobs to Move America. And at Jobs to Move America, workforce equity is crucial to the work we do. We believe in equitable hiring requirements, public reporting, and real accountability. We have worked closely with federal, state, and local government agencies to pass enforceable laws and policies to ensure public money is awarded to high road contractors, investing in equitable hiring and creating careers that pay families living wages. That's why we stand with the Los Angeles Black Worker Center, because we believe stable jobs with benefits are a pathway out of crisis. And that is one of the main points I want to stress. It is expensive to manage crisis after crisis. It's expensive to respond to homelessness with endless emergency spending. It's expensive to keep expanding punishment systems that don't solve root causes. A stable job is one of the most effective prevention strategies we have. I know it helped me and my family when I was growing up here in Los Angeles. And we really want to ensure that as you have an eye towards the future and charter reform, that it reflects the reality that we need equitable access, public transparency, and accountability mechanisms. This isn't charity, it's smart governance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it.
Next, wanted to check and see if there's any neighborhood council community impact statements filed for today and willing to speak. All right, seeing none, we're going to continue. The first thing on our agenda for Line of business today is approval of the meeting minutes for our December 16 personnel and budget meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Mack will second that. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, the meeting minutes are approved. We're gonna go kick it off with the first agenda item, which is our study session. I'm gonna pass it over to staff to, one, read the agenda item into the record and then administer it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, and good afternoon, everyone. Item number 1, study session, personnel and budget. Comment and discussion on issues related to civil service and personnel, multi-year budget cycle, periodic charter review with, presentations from Department of Water and Power, Los Angeles International Airport, LAWA, actually Los Angeles World Airports, Department of Public Works, Port of Los Angeles, the Harbor Department, Los Angeles Black Workers, LA City, Employees Retirement System, Lacers. All right, so I think we're gonna do the 3 proprietaries first, correct? Yes, who are we kicking up first? Let's do, I think we're gonna do Department of Water and Power first. Are they here? Yeah. Okay, LAWA. LAX? Nope. Then, I think the... Port.
Here, we're here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was asking Paul if they wanted to go first, but.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
This is LAWA?
Yes, LAWA.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, give us a couple seconds. Let me get your presentation all queued up.
Could we be sure that the speakers identify themselves, because I don't see names in the report? I wonder, are you commission, are you staff, etc.?
Seconds. Almost there. There we go. Okay. Let's see if I can find. Oh God, hold on. Glasses. See what? There we go. Single page. Where's presentation? Nope. Here we go. Slideshow. There we go. Okay, ready for you. Just let me know when you need the next slide.
Great, good afternoon. My name is Becca Doe. I'm the Assistant General Manager and Chief of Staff for Los Angeles World Airports.
Good afternoon, I'm Crystal Lee, Deputy Executive Director in the Airport Development Group at Los Angeles World Airports.
Thank you for having us today. Next slide, please. Great. You can read all the text there, but today's focus for us today is going to be kind of talking about the evolution of LAWA's operating environment and how it's become more sophisticated over the course of the last 20 years. And the changes that occurred at LAWA's operating environment require more tools for talent acquisition, procurement, and permitting. As some of you may know, we have a $30 billion capital program that's the largest in the city's history, and includes 2 transformational projects that have introduced entirely new functions under the airport's purview, that being our CONRAC and our automated people mover. And we've used alternative delivery methods for these capital projects and many others. More complex commercial and financial transactions and engagements, mean varied real estate portfolio and concessions programs, greater complexity and robustness of cost recovery models, and then looking at our passenger volumes and how the rideshare companies and ride-out companies have created more traffic on roadways and impacted our visitor experience. And then the changing technology landscape, increased importance of cybersecurity, potential of AI and data analytics to improve airport operations, and the evolving expectation of passengers and airlines when it comes to amenities at the airport. So all of these things have made it so, to quote one of my colleagues, this is not your mother's airport. It is a new day at the airport, and it is a new way to think about our airport. And for charter reform, we're looking at ways that we can ensure that the charter reflects the current realities that we're living with. Next slide, please. Just a little background to get everyone kind of on the same page. An airport is unlike any other city department. It's a multi-billion-dollar company that's owned by the city, but by every metric, funding source, size, employee numbers, it's unlike other city departments. And the success of the failure of a management team and team running LAWA has a profound impact on the city and employees because of our contributions to local tax revenue, GDP, and job creation. We're in the middle of a fierce global competition in airports, and unfortunately LAX is not doing great right now. We dropped from the 3rd busiest airport in the world in 2019 to the 11th in 2024. We're the 97th worst recovered of the top 100 airports post-pandemic, and our we have poor customer service rankings in terms of how we rate versus other mega airports. For instance, LAX ranks 15th among 20 mega airports in North America for overall customer satisfaction. And we have some of the lowest ranked airports. We're one of the lowest ranked airports in the world for customer satisfaction by the ASQ Airport Service Quality Awards. All of these things we're looking to change and transform, but it is not easy for us to do that. But it is very important for us to do that because of the profound impact that we have on the local economy and the small local businesses who operate here. Of the 1,043 firms engaged in the CIP, that's our capital improvement program, that's the $30 billion worth of construction we're in the midst of. 423 or 40% are small business enterprises. 18.3% are local business enterprises. We have 19% that are local small business enterprises, and 70 or 7% that are disabled veteran business enterprises. We make a major impact on the city and specifically small businesses and local businesses. But we do have many challenges. Next slide. So now we're going to go to some of the challenges. Next slide. Thank you. The first has to do with our contracting authority over time. And this shows you kind of a slide regarding our value of our capital improvement program and the authority that we have as a percentage of our capital improvement program back in the 80s, 2010s, and now the current day. The last real transformation of LAX took place in the 1980s. That was in preparation of the last LA Olympics with the construction of the upper level roadway and terminal upgrades. Now here we are.
Just like a little closer to the microphone for us. Thank you so much.
Now, here we are on the cusp of a new Olympics. And since the Tom Bradley International Terminal upgrade was completed in 2013, there has been little other investment since the days of the '84 Olympics. Here we are now with a $30 billion capital investment program, capital improvement program, and long overdue investments to transform ourselves into a 21st century airport. LAWA CIP has increased significantly in scope and scale, but contracting authority is not kept pace.
Could you just say who has the contracting authority? Why isn't it LAWA?
Well, our contracting authority is, well, we have CEO contracting authority. The authority that our CEO has to sign a contract has not increased over time to keep scope with
the dollar value.
Yeah, and that's within the charter.
Yeah. We're gonna try and do questions at the end, so we have a lot of presentations.
I know.
Good question. So same time, new contracting delivery methods are needed to and have been implemented, but the way in which we have to implement them due to our current rules and authorities is cumbersome. Labor and cost materials have gone up, and the needs have increased greatly because of our aging infrastructure, increased stress in the system due to increased passenger growth, and the demands that our customers and guests have for top-rate facilities, especially as compared to international facilities. Which brings us to, next slide, procurement challenges. So one of the things we'd like to address today is our procurement challenges, which include administrative inefficiency, contracting delays, and duplicative processes. And we have relied heavily on co-sourcing to adapt to this new operating environment that we have. But LAWA enters into as many as dozens of contracts each year that are critical to our capital improvement program delivery, airport operations, and providing opportunities for small and local businesses. But current approval requirements cause lengthy delays in awarding even low-dollar contracts, and the burden of LAWA and city staff is felt because of this. Increasing the number of contracts approved at the LAWA CEO level would reduce the amount of time of writing, scheduling, and going through the board and city council approval process freeing up staff for other pressing work, and reducing procurement completion times. Currently, the procurement process, even for smaller contracts, normally takes at least 6 months. 6 months for a small contract. Board approval process adds at least 30 to 45 days in the procurement cycle. Providing the CEO with increased contract authority will improve contract approval processes by increasing the speed at which smaller, routine, or sole source contracts, government fees for instance, get approved and implemented, and reduce the number of workdays needed to bring a contract to the board, thereby allowing the department to continue operating more efficiently without work interruptions or slowdowns. Businesses and contractors often feel discouraged by the current processes and as a result are reluctant to pursue opportunities to do business with the city, and that reduces the number of qualified firms on projects. If you look at this, you'll see that in 2025, 115 contracts went to our board. 53 of them were less than $500 million, and 28 of them were less than $1 million. Each one adds 30 to 45 days to our process and consumes staff and resources. And raising the threshold for CEO approval to $5 million would have saved the equivalent of 4.5 to 6.5 years in contracting delays in 2005 alone. So that is one of the apps that we have today as part of our presentation. And you can see some other examples there on this slide. Next slide. Now we have some challenges to share regarding personnel. You can see the big boxes there with some of our main issues that we face when it comes to personnel. Filling vacancies remains a critical problem for us. Alternative pathways to city employment, such as targeted local hire, have allowed for faster hiring. It remains difficult to bring talent into the city at the middle management level. Civil service exams are not offered frequently enough. Civil service classifications and requirements do not always keep up with current workforce needs, especially in the areas of technology, innovation, and transformation. And in many instances, these challenges require different methods for talent acquisition than what the civil service system can provide. Current civil service structure limits LAWA's ability to recruit industry and functional expertise outside the Los Angeles area. Shared sourcing for talent with other city departments creates opportunities and competition and cannibalization when the pie is not growing. Additional tools and support are needed to deliver the talent the airport needs to operate in the environment. So you can see overall what we're looking at is 10 to 16 months to hire a position. We don't have the special expertise required to run our department within the civil service system for the most part. We then have to rely on costly consultants, and half of our leadership positions, we have about half the positions of senior leaders compared to comparable airports.
Sorry, I'm gonna push it just to this slide here because we have a lot of presentations.
Can we just do permitting challenges?
What?
Can we do permitting challenges?
Sure,
real quick?
really quick.
Real quick slide. So I will make this very brief. The majority of our projects are alternate delivery, which does not meet their current systems. You can see on this slide the number of different organizations, internal city departments that we deal with, and it's not a straight path forward. There's even dedicated permit groups within those groups that help guide you through because it is so complex. Aside from this example alone, we spend over $10 million annually just on coordination. That does not include permits, that does not include technical review, that includes coordination and duplication of things that we're already doing to ensure our airport quality. In addition, we've made great strides with these departments and partnerships. We've worked with them vigorously and established LOAs, letters of agreement, and MOUs, memorandums of understanding, to establish processes that would help streamline, but those still, even after 10 years of working through it, have not made this an efficient process. With that, we are looking at sometimes a 93% overlap in things that we're looking at in inspection, and we're only increasing our vertical build when we have this $5 billion program upcoming and well underway. So just a couple of examples are, our internal staff, they look at things like border protection control, TSA, and our FAA rules, the Federal Administration. But That's not necessarily something that the city lens looks at, so it is a duplication in some regards. They look at it from a city code and building code perspective, which we also do. We have our own internal structure that has very rigorous, if not above and beyond city code regulations that we require.
Sorry,
So
we really have to jam through this.
that's, the solution is charter reform. Thank you.
Here we go. Again, Commissioner, we're gonna do questions after all of them
Yeah, but
because
then why do they have to wait around?
they're gonna, because it's gonna be 3 proprietaries and then we're gonna do questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope I don't forget all the things I want to say, and the first thing is thank you. This should be one of the most autonomous things in the city. You don't take a penny out of the general fund. You should run yourselves.
Go for it.
So we have what we think is a very modest list of recommendations for charter changes that we would like to propose regarding procurement, personnel, and planning and infrastructure. And we're in a short time frame. I'll quickly say that a competitive seal proposal selection process without needing an ordinance every single time we have to go to the council for ordinance. Allowing technical and administrative defects to be cured during the procurement process. Person makes one simple mistake, an administrative, in their procurement application, and they're thrown out. And we don't want to see small businesses, those who haven't applied before may not know the process, thrown out for something that they didn't need to do to be easily cured. We'd like to increase the time of leases up to 66 years. And if regarding the city council meeting cadence, if that changes, we would need to change the number of days for city council acts, just so we had continued expedition of our items. Personnel, we'd like to request an increase in the number of exemptions for LAWA executives, new and part-time entry-level professional managerial and mid-level roles. We'd like to have a single open and promotional list and certification of the whole list to make it easier to hire internal candidates already performing the work, and temporary appointments up to 2 years and waiving the 120-day cap on retirees. And finally, for planning and infrastructure, we'd like self-certification and self-permitting within LAX, Van Nuys, and other relevant specific plan areas as part of charter changes. We'd like to have the Charter Commission look at conforming changes to authorities having jurisdiction, AHJs, and Crystal will complain more about that if you have questions. And if charter changes are made to other departments, we would want to preserve LAWA's authorities as necessary within those changes. Thank you so much for your time today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And the reason we're having all 3, because a lot of them can have crossover and similar.
Requests.
Yeah, you got it. So having them all stick around. I think we've got DWP? DWP, okay. Before the power goes out, let's, I had to.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
Thank you so much. Get on the screen. Yes, I'm just getting on the screen, which shapes.
I do need my glasses.
Right, I feel you. Oh, we already have these? Oh, we already have, okay. Only way I can see. If I can see. Ah, sorry, 2 seconds. Nope, that didn't do it. There's the cursor. Slideshow. Voila. Okay, I think we're good. Go.
Go? Okay.
I'm really loud into the speaker for our folks at home.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. My name is Janice Quiñones, and I'm the CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. And next to me, I'm gonna let Fernando introduce himself.
Hello, Fernando Valero, Executive Director of Strategic.
A little closer to the mic, please. Thank you.
I'll try that again. Fernando Valero, and I'm the Executive Director of Strategic Issues at LADWP.
And Fernando has been working very closely on this process for us. So I asked him to answer questions as needed, or interrupt me, or change anything I said wrong. So please know that he's essential part of this process. I will start by saying anything that I share here has been an actual process that we did in the department. We hired a consultant to look at the charter, look at the admin code, and look at our policies and procedures, plus our strategic 10-year plan, to look at the things that we need change in order to execute the goals that we have, which are very ambitious for the department. I'm sitting here because this is very important to me and to the department in order for us to be successful. I've been in the department now 20 months as of yesterday, but I've been in the industry for over 20 years, and I've run operations, engineering, in both natural gas and electric for those 20 years. I've been part of the customer service organization, and I've done many things in the industry. So anything that I say is based on my experience and the work that we've done with the consultant based on the language that we find in the charter and the admin code. So I just want to give you a brief overview of DWP. And so, next slide. DWP is the largest municipal utility in the nation. We serve over 4 million businesses and residents. It's the largest public power utility. It's the second largest water utility. So when you think about DWP, it's like having two utilities and one department, and not just any utilities. Two of the largest utilities involve water and power as DWP. As a proprietary department, we are both an essential service provider to Angelenos and an economic engine for the region. We have provided affordable and reliable water and power for over 100 years. This year, our budget of over $9 billion will fund critical operations, maintenance programs, and new projects needed to ensure Angelenos have excellent water and power service for the next 100 years. The most critical aspect for our success has always been our dedicated employees. And today, we have over 12,000 employees and continue to invest in the region by growing our workforce and local partnership. And this is a very important point. When we say we're an economic engine for the city, we provide a lot of jobs for the local communities, and good paying jobs for local communities. Next slide. As a proprietary department, we have a 5-member board of commissioners that provides our governance, spending oversight, and budget approval. Our budget is entirely funded by our customers, and we do not draw from the general fund. All the money that we receive is invested back into the system to promote safety, reliability, customer service, and customer affordability, which is one of the good things about public power, that we reinvest in the system for the benefit of our customers. Our credit rating is separate from the city's. However, for the charter and council resolutions, the city council may direct that surplus funds from LADWP be transferred to the city to mitigate financial impacts for uncertain tax revenue. Since 1971, we have been transferring approximately 5 to 10% of our revenues to the city's general fund under this provision. This year alone, it was about $225 million that we transferred from DWP to the general fund. We are given direction by the council and the mayor on important city goals, such as those for clean energy and local water. The mayor and city council also have oversight on certain operational decisions, additional to reviews provided by our board. So we have a lot of layers of oversight to how we spend our money. We're also regulated by the federal government and the state. And many state and federal agencies provide oversight for just compliance and operations. Finally, within our workforce, we have many specialized positions that are not found in other city departments. However, we are bound by the same city hiring process with the city personnel department. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the water company, our water system. Regarding operations, our vast water system supplies water from LA Aqueduct, local groundwater basins, and the Metropolitan Water District, and we have over 7,000 miles of pipelines that support our customers. The LA Aqueduct was our original source of water, and it dates back to 1913. While mainland distribution system can have a life expectancy of over 100 years. More than 30% of our water main lines are over 80 years old. And an aging infrastructure system requires a robust maintenance program as well. This year, we're spending over $2 billion on water supplies and delivery infrastructure to continue to ensure that you turn on the tap, you get the water that you want, high quality water. Next slide. Our power system is also incredibly fast. Like water, we have been providing reliable and affordable power service to Angelinos for over 100 years. We secure power from over 5 states and maintain a network of power lines and cables stretching over 15,000 miles to provide Angelinos with reliable electric that is essential for their well-being and the economic success of our region. We have also been leading the way to transition to clean energy. 25 years ago, over 50% of LA powers came from coal. Today, as of last November, LA has completely divested from coal, and there's zero coal in our energy portfolio, and over 60% of our power is carbon-free. This year, we're spending over $6 billion on power supplies and delivery infrastructure to ensure that when you flip the switch, you get electricity. Next slide. A big effort for LADWP in 2025 was to support the Pacific Palisades recovery after the January 2025 wildfires. Over the past year, we have rebuilt over 1,800 power poles and installed over 334,000 feet of conductors, conducted over 61,000 public hydrant inspections, and collaborated with LAFP to enhance the efficiency of hydrant repairs. And there's many, many more efforts that are needed because of the wildfires and the findings of our after action reports. Rebuilding of the Pacific Palisades and the strengthening of the resilience of our water and power system more generally will remain a core priority through 2026 and beyond. Looking to the future, however, we will need to not only invest in these priorities, but also in the solutions that will deliver transformational outcomes to our customers and the communities we serve. For example, we will need to transform the electric grid, transmission and distribution systems to enable the city's vision for electrification and to ensure power is coming from 100% carbon-free sources by 2035. We will need to transform the ways in which we supply water to our residents to mitigate against water scarcity by restoring our groundwater aquifers, capturing more stormwater, and building a large recycled water delivery system. We will need to pair investments in new infrastructure with upgrades and replacement for our aging assets. And we will need to build core infrastructure needed to support the Convention Center upgrade, the FIFA World Cup Games, and the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2028. To meet this transformational moment, we anticipate that our 5-year capital program alone will amount to $16 billion with a B, and that over the next 7 years. And we will need to create a net increase of 4,200 jobs. LADWP is working to optimize our internal performance and efficiency, but to meet this transformational moment, we also require system changes that are limiting our progress, several of which derive from charter rules established based on historical conditions that no longer define our context. Our commitment is to our customers, communities, and coworkers, and the recommendations we present today were identified in service to that commitment. Specifically, we have identified a set of proposed changes that will improve customer affordability, enhance public safety, and unlock the full potential of our workforce while adhering to our values of continuous improvement, data-informed decision-making, and accountability. And I say to everybody that asks, the 2 things that holds DWP back for achieving their goals is people and procurement processes. So let's talk about procurement. Our proposed 2026 charter changes. Updating the current charter constrained procurement framework is one of our top priorities to accelerate infrastructure delivery, reduce costs, and improve customer service. Updated charter and admin code provisions limit flexibility, create bottlenecks, worsen admin burdens, raise costs, and compromise quality.
We're just gonna have to rush through these next couple pages.
Okay. Most of our procurements are conducted through invitations for bid or that require suppliers to match identified project specs. The procurement cycles for this process average 228 days. For more complex process, we use RFPs. It's request for proposals. That cycles average 700 days. The cycle times are up to 3 times longer than our peer utilities, and they not only delay critical projects, but they increase costs through inflation and missed production slots. We estimate that impact alone results in over $32 million of additional expense annually. To address these shortcomings, we propose the following reforms. Lowest cost versus best value. The city charter requires us to award contracts to the lowest responsible bidder, emphasizing price over best value. This practice is outdated and constrains our ability to secure the supplier that best meets the needs of our system and our customer needs. And at times, it has even resulted in quality and security concerns for certain materials that are critical to our system. While limited exceptions exist, there needs to be an overall shift from lowest bid to best value procurement to prioritize quality, security, and total life cycle costs. The competitive seal proposals or RFPs. We're allowed to conduct competitive seal proposals or RFPs for specialized projects and equipment that often leverage what we call alternative procurement methods. The typical procurement methods is to rely on a design bid build approach where supplies may differ from each segment. But the industry practice has evolved significantly when now you can have engineering, procurement, and construction bids, where one supplier takes all aspects of a project. While we consider these broader methods in an RFP solicitation, doing so requires individual ordinances to be approved by both the board and city council with a 2/3 majority before we start the process. This process typically adds another 9 to 12 months into our timelines before the solicitation can even begin. We propose to remove prior city council approval to enable faster project delivery. Equipment repairs and services software. This is an important one because we're constrained on single source sourcing. And some of this there's only one source of procurement. Let's say your IT software. If you use Oracle, there's only Oracle can give you Oracle, but we're required to bid that, which means that we're adding cost and time, and the only one that can provide it is Oracle. So we're asking that we get an ability to contract directly with OEMs for critical equipment repairs, servicing and parts needed for critical infrastructure, including software that is only available from a single vendor. Next slide.
I know we have still 5 more slides, so if we can as quickly as possible because we do have several presentations.
Okay.
So will be everybody.
Along with proposed charter changes, there are several admin codes changes LADWP is proposing that are consistent with the charter changes. Admin codes purchasing and contracted limits for LADWP are very low, outdated, and fragmented, worsening the admin burden for our board and city council and slowing critical utility operations. Low limits are present for small purchases, monthly limits, and GM authority. For example, despite a $9 billion budget, the GM authority to approve personal and professional services contract is limited to 1 year and $150,000. When I was the senior VP of electric operations at PG&E, my limit was $25 million. As the GM, it's $150,000. And that limit hasn't been updated for over 15 years. For non-personal, non-professional contracts, the GM authority is limited to $5 million annually. To accelerate contract approvals, improve responsiveness, and reduce costs, we propose to modernize this approval threshold, raise the emergency purchase limits, blanket PO cap, and GM approval authority to $10 million for personal services and $40 million for general services. If you keep it at $150,000 and $5 million, at a $9 billion budget, we're doing a lot of RFPs and single sourcing because of the limits of that. The other one that's really important, and especially now on how the industry is changing, because there's so much need for new power, it's advanced payment. We have to be able to purchase equipment that have long lead time items, and the current process does not allow to do that. So we propose allowing advanced payments for long lead time equipment. And I have added a couple of benchmarking comparison slides, so you can look at it at your leisure, but you can see in red that we are completely out of benchmark, and this is against other public power utilities. If I align this to the private utilities, we won't even make the red. And so let's move into personnel on slide 12. And I'm just gonna go to the exempt positions recommendation. First, the charter allows to 1% of city full-time positions to be exempt. The charter currently caps the number of exempt positions to DWP to 15. And out of 12,500, having 15 positions that are exempt really limits our ability to add new classifications and new skills that are needed as the industry changes rapidly. We are proposing to expand the current number of exempt positions to DWP to 1% of their current workforce. So that will be about 120 right now based on our 12,000 positions. Civil service testing exceptions. The charter includes testing and classification requirements. The process can be updated and misaligned to modern utility skill gaps. And for roles that require new tests, hiring timelines can extend for multiple years. This elongated timelines create important workforce gaps and over-reliance on contractors. We propose to allow a civil service testing exemption for LADWP to introduce alternative qualification pathways based on experience and certifications. And then mid-career open promotions right now, based on the charter and the need for promotional only, we are severely limited of how we can input personnel in different levels of the career progression, which also limits the ability to onboard new people. Last year, we hired about 3,200 positions. We netted 360 positions, so less than 10% net new positions. And at 4,200 that we need in the next 7 years, the math doesn't math. And so we are asking to be able to bring positions at different levels and open and competitive. Because if you're netting 367, they're all new hires, entry-level positions, which means you will be limited to your supervisors and managers based on spans and controls. So you have to expand that pool in order to expand the new hire positions at the bottom. And then we need more access to temporary positions. We are allowed to hire temporary employees, but there's a lot of burden to prove the need. And that takes a lot of time and it's not productive because they can't stay more than 3 years. So every 3 years we go through this process. And given that we're rebuilding the Palisades, we have FIFA World Cup coming, Olympic Games, and we have big capital programs coming in, $26 billion for Pure Water LA. We have Donald C. Tillman with $1 billion. We have a lot of work coming on the power side for renewables. We just need more people and the ability to contract. And then to end the presentation, I have included again a benchmarking on our utility peers and what they're able to do. And again, DWP is completely off benchmark. So, did I miss anything?
Perfect, thank you. And we'll be doing questions after this. I think this next presentation from our folks at the Harbor. Are they here? Yep, we got Harbor folks. Thank you so much. Okay, and I'm gonna get your presentation ready in 2 shakes.
I hope you all aren't DWP. You're not leaving.
They're not leaving. No, we're going to do questions for all 3 together here at the end because they have a lot of crossover.
And then for a record, for our meeting minutes, just noting that Commissioner Thomas is now here.
About 3:05, I think. Where are you? Reports. There. Down. Open. Pop up. This is where it gets started. Okay. Oh my God. God for glasses. View. Enter full screen. Oh wait, no, I don't want enter full screen. I want slideshow. Slideshow. Okay, hi.
Hi.
Got right into the mic.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Magnin-Rockwell. I am Chief of Staff at the Harbor Department. So I think I'm going to start today by providing some context and background of the Port of Los Angeles. Next slide, please.
10 minutes.
We're a proprietary department of the City of Los Angeles, meaning that our budget is separate and apart from the general fund. our revenues are generated from our permits, our tenants, our licensees. We have 271st at the Harbor Department. Most of our revenue is generated through increases in cargo volumes and through a number of other inputs here. So we're a landlord model of port. We are also governed by a 5-member board of harbor commissioners, which are appointed by our mayor and affirmed by our city council. Next slide, please. So while we have about 933 employees at the harbor department, our economic impact is much greater than that. We have approximately 10 to 15,000 longshoremen and women who are hired by our marine terminal operators. Indirect jobs, we're responsible for 1 in 13 workers within the LA Long Beach area, and approximately 1 in 8 in the 5-county region. So we provide a number of direct and indirect jobs to both the regional, and the national economy. Trade from our harbor reaches all 435 congressional offices. Next slide, please. We also have a sizable capital projects portfolio, $2.5 billion over the next 5 years. All of the revenue that we generate is invested back into our harbor infrastructure to increase efficiency, operations, and value to our customers and to the communities that surround us. We put that into improving our wharfs, our terminals, as well as community projects like our local parks and waterfront amenities. Next slide, please. And so our capital project dovetails into some of the procurement charter reform requests that I'd like to point out today. Like our sister agencies, the onerous process of competitive bidding in the design build model adds time and uncertainty to our bidders. Uncertainty and time can limit the amount of interest that we have, and is a challenge to the private sector when we're going out. So we have a number of requests to move away from signed sealed bidding, as well as like I mentioned in our previous presentations, moving away from the low bid criteria, so that we can gain the greatest value from for our bids in order to deliver projects that make the most sense for a very niche type of environment, such as the marine terminals that we go to support. I would also like to add that if the council does move away from the 5 meeting, from the 3-day-a-week that they currently do now, Charter Section 245 requires that all of our items have a holdover period, right? So if there is a change to that, we would like some consideration to that. Currently, we don't have an issue with it, but if that were to change and we move away from the 3 meetings, it would add a lot of time to our bids, our contracts, and just other administrative items that we need to do to make the harbor department work efficiently. Next slide, please. We also would like to see some efficiencies made to the civil service process and in the hiring. The port is supportive of efforts to improve civil service hiring process, particularly actions that would reduce the delays caused by the current processes, and/or an increase in the proprietary department's autonomy over hiring. There are a couple of sections, namely 1001, which directly address that. So within 1001B, currently limits 1% of the regular authorized positions of the city workforce as exempt. We would be open to an increase in that amount. Additionally, we have a shared number of exempt positions with LAWA. We would like to see a separation from that model so that both proprietary departments have greater certainty in the amount of exemptions that we have. We share 10 currently. It does not outline in the charter where those 10 lie. It's simply a shared pool of employees. We'd like to see some greater certainty so that we can onboard folks with technical and specialized expertise. We would also be supportive of changes to the charter that support greater efficiencies and speed in order to onboard employees. It does take nearly a year, if not more, to bring on someone from the outside. It even takes a number of months to onboard transfer from within the city family. So we'd be very supportive of reforms to the hiring process. A lot of times we lose out on well-qualified candidates, especially in our more specialized fields, like our environmental and our technical staff, simply because they are hired out into the public sector before we're able to make them an offer. I'd also like to make a plug very specific to the Harbor Department for our Port Warden Class 1. In order to have the ability to move either into lacers or the police and fire pension. That is a classification within the Harbor Department at our deputy chief level. It can either be a promotional or an open position. It provides difficulty when we're looking to the outside to bring in qualified talent because their years of service may not match up to the two pension systems. And so we would like to provide folks with that flexibility in order for us to be able to onboard well-qualified candidates. There are sections of 1001A which we are happy with and would like to point that out. We have exemptions for 2 positions, the port warden and our traffic managers, and we would like those to remain within the exempt category. And would like not to see any changes to that. The next slide, please. There are other considerations that are specific to the Harbor Department that I would like to point out to this committee. Changes that have been made by the LA City Council via motion. They provide some significant challenges if implemented to the Harbor Department. The first one that I want to address is the inclusion of the Public Access Investment Plan within the city charter. It is a program that has been very successful and has been implemented by the Harbor Department for the past 10 years. It states that 10% of our operating income will be reinvested into the community. There is no plans to make changes to that policy. However, we think that is best suited to remain within the jurisdiction of the Harbor Commission. The Harbor Commissioners are fiduciaries of the Harbor Revenue Fund. The Harbor Revenue Fund is highly regulated by the state of California, as well as federal oversight. And we believe that is incredibly problematic to include a level of detail for our fiscal policies to be included in the charter. We see the cycle come around every 10 years, and tying the hands of our fiduciary harbor commission will take away their ability to react to real-time issues that they will come across. And so, while there may be other ways to ensure confidence and to give a confidence to the harbor community that the PAAP will remain a policy, we believe that leaving this away from the charter is advantageous to the department and to the city. Next slide, please. The next proposal from the City Council is adding provisions of our leasing policy into the charter. This is another area that we'd like to discourage. A lot of the discussion that we've been hearing today is to allow our departments to function more efficiently and to have some amount of autonomy over funds that are not general funded. The leasing policy would require, as proposed, would require that applicants with certainty predict on proposed projects the number of direct and indirect jobs that their proposed project will generate. And while I can appreciate the want for this information, requiring it in the city charter, I think is unreasonable. I don't think at that level you'd be able to predict how many jobs a proposed project could bring. There are many methodologies when you're looking at how to estimate the number of jobs in a project. And I think that is also something that is best left to the Harbor Commission to deliberate and to stay away from the charter.
Thank you. That was the closest to 10 minutes so far. Appreciate it. And last, we're going to do on Department of Public Works.
Wait a second, Justin, because these three have commonalities I don't know that exist. I want to ask questions of the three. I'd like one from each of the three.
I think there's going to be a lot of commonality here with Public Works also. They have a lot of similar requests. I think Jenny can nod and agree to that.
I have to agree with you because there are some very pointed questions that I want to ask.
Absolutely, and you'll be able to.
But I want to be able to remember them.
Yeah, I hear you. But they're just because they haven't presented yet, and you'll probably have the same questions for Public Works that will relate to Public Works. That's why it just
I got some specific questions for DWP.
Okay, fantastic. We'll come write it down. We're almost there. We have one more presentation. We got a lot. And I want to make use of your time the best that we can. Okay, we have color copies, and Jenny promised me to keep this as close to 10 minutes as possible. I think I got that blood from Jenny. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, I'm gonna do my best. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. First of all, thank you for all your time and dedication that you're putting into this work. It's very important work. So again, my name is Jenny Chavez. I'm the Vice President of the Board of Public Works. I'm here on behalf of the Department of Public Works. The Department of Public Works is the city agency responsible for building and maintaining the physical infrastructure that keeps the city running. Think of it as the department that takes care of the city's bones and arteries, the streets, sidewalks, street trees, sewers, storm drains, street lighting, the public buildings, the public spaces that make up our shared environment. We were created by the city charter in 1906 by the voters and upheld by both charter commissions in 1999. And we oversee, we're a 5-member board. We're the collective general manager of the Department of Public Works. And it's a unique structure, which means that each commissioner, like a general manager, has executive authority over each of the bureaus. So this collective decision-making is unique. We're public-facing, we take public input when we make decisions as executive management of the department, and it's required, actually, for any policies that we vote on and any contracts that we approve. The board does maintain independence from political interference, and public transparency is mandatory for all decisions. We oversee 5 bureaus. Next slide, please. Move ahead one more. Thank you. 5 bureaus, starting with contract administration. BCA, as we call it, ensures that public works projects are delivered safely and in compliance with local, state, and federal policy. The Bureau of Engineering is the city's engineer. They're responsible for designing and project managing the delivery of capital improvements for other city bureaus, including the proprietaries and departments, including libraries, parks, streets, sidewalks, and bicycle facilities. And they also handle all of the environmental documentation for the city's capital projects and serves as the permitting agency for any work altering the public right-of-way. The Bureau of Sanitation is our largest bureau. They're in charge of solid waste disposal, recycling, wastewater conveyance and treatment, and ensuring that we comply with all of the requirements that regulate green waste disposal and discharge of pollutants into public waterways. So in that sense, sanitation, very similar to proprietary departments, is governed by state and federal regulations, and a large portion of the budget is funded by state and federal funding sources, which are restricted to those uses. Street lighting is in charge of the operation and maintenance of the city's street lighting system, including designing, reviewing, and approving new lighting, and the maintenance of existing lighting, and also the co-location of devices on city street lights like telecommunication, and chargers, and lighting, and using the system also for fiber network deployment. And then finally, street services is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the city streets, sidewalks, curb ramps, and street trees. This includes pothole repair, street resurfacing, reconstruction, and tree trimming. And it also issues permits for the use of the public right-of-way and enforces city codes and regulations on street activities, including street closures. The Bureau designs and builds multi-benefit capital improvement projects that include sidewalks, bicycle infrastructure, medians, streetlights, street trees, crosswalks, and other place-making elements. Next slide, please. So, and in addition to those bureaus, we also have 6 offices that we oversee, including the Office of Beautification that serves as the city's agency tasked with graffiti removal and community beautification. In terms of size, we are the 3rd largest city department behind DWP and the police department, with over 5,500 employees and a $1 billion operating budget. In terms of contracting, Public Works oversees 85% of the city's construction contracts. Just in 2025 alone, we approved over 200 contracts totaling over $3.2 billion. And again, overseeing the vast infrastructure in the city. You can move to the next slide. So procurement, as I mentioned, the city is vast. We award 85% of the city's construction contracts. We manage everything that goes in the streets, and you gotta remember, we have a huge street network. Just the streets alone would wrap around the earth if it were reduced to a single lane. So that's over 7,000 miles of streets that we manage. 10,000 miles of sidewalks, 6,700 miles of sewers, 1,100 miles of storm drains, 215,000 streetlights, and 700,000 street trees. In terms of contracting, we conduct public bid openings every week. So whenever there are contracts bid out, we open the bids in public, in open session, and verbally announce what the bid amounts are. We also manage the Public Works Trust Fund, which is a revolving fund that receives fees when people are applying for permits. They put in a deposit and we keep it in the trust fund. And then again, everything, we work to keep everything transparent, and decision-making is done in a collective, public way. And we conduct 150 public meetings annually where we review and have hearings on permits, appeals, violations even, informational hearings on sewer charges, waste permits, subcontractor issues, and we also handle community outreach through neighborhood councils and business districts. Next slide. So in terms of charter changes, as you heard, because we handle so much of the city's construction contracts, big projects that we do, like the 6th Street Viaduct, or the Hyperion wastewater treatment facility, or we're overseeing the convention center project as well. We really need flexibility, and the reality is we're not in line with other major municipalities. Section 371B in particular, which requires that an ordinance go through council every time that the city wants to use, we want to use a different method of delivering a project. We don't want to do, we want to maximize taxpayer dollars because we are funded by taxpayer dollars, and we want to get best value. We want to use an alternative delivery method that will build that library faster or build that project faster. And this section certainly would assist in that. And I will say, I've been with the city since 2003, and I've seen many times that the council has approved, and never has the council rejected the request for approval of alternative design delivery. So that's good to know. We tested it out since the new charter. I think it's okay. And I would say other municipalities like New York City, already have this ability as well. So we're kind of behind the times here. Like other agencies stated here, section pertaining to personnel and hiring flexibility, just generally, we're subject to the citywide cap of 150 exemptions. That is, that needs to go up. It's not indexed to anything. It should be more of a percentage. We recommend the 1% of the city's workforce, the number be raised to 1% so that way it can fluctuate with the size of the city's workforce. And then thirdly, this one's unique to us. We would like to see a small business preference, basically allowing us to include a provision for mandatory small business participation percentages. So when we let out a contract, currently, we can put in some mandatory participation preferences for local businesses, but we can't do it for small businesses. And we'd actually like to combine it so that it could be not just a preference, but a mandatory participation requirement for local small businesses. I think that it would go a long way to help our local small businesses get additional, because we are investing so much money in our projects, and it would be great if we had local businesses participating, local small businesses participating. And then, I'm gonna keep it simple. I just said eliminate the sections in the code and defer the process to the Civil Service Commission. They're the commission charged with updating and reviewing all of the rules pertaining to hiring and examinations. And it is time to update those rules. As you've heard, hiring is difficult. It's difficult to fill positions. We need to hire people. We want to put people to work, but it's very difficult under the current situation. So just wanted to say thank you for your time today and welcome any continued dialogue on how best to achieve the city's infrastructure goals.
And we have a winner. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, also for your patience getting through powering through 4 presentations. I'm going to ask at least one representative from each of the 4 to come back up, or at least be close to come back up, so that our commissioners can ask their questions. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you. Let me just get the camera back on the commissioners. And there you go.
And then we're waiting for folks to come up back to the front from each. I know our committee has a couple of questions, so we'll get started with that once folks are situated.
Thank you. It's really true. I have lots of questions, but we don't have time, so I want to kind of go to the big picture. You all can just kind of nod or whatever. Big picture questions kind of for everyone. I think I heard it from airport. I'm not sure about harbor, and I think it's slightly different DWP. The question is, how much of the city general fund do you pull out of? Or do you only contribute, or are you, you don't relate to it at all?
We don't take any general fund. And we do have reimbursement agreements for city services provided to us, but we don't do a direct put back into the general fund like DWP does.
Yeah. You put money back, right?
Yeah, we don't take any dollars from general fund on reimbursement services, and the transfer is about $1 billion that move from DWP to the city. But direct transfer is 250 about.
And we do not take any money from the general fund, and we contribute back through the reimbursement process for city services.
And I'll add that we are an asset of the state. And per state law, we have to reinvest our funds back into the harbor department and the harbor area. So we are prohibited from spending our money outside of the harbor district.
So you don't give anything back? Yeah.
And that's a good clarification for the airport. By federal law, we are prohibited from contributing back and rather we need to invest it back into airport and airport operations.
Okay.
And for us, the only reason we're able to do it is because we haven't been able to change our rate structure. The moment we open the rate structure for the power system, it puts that transfer at risk, which is a significant issue for us on customer behavior, because our time of use rates are completely backwards due to the 2016 rate structure that we're operating today.
That's not in the charter though, right? That's a separate issue?
It's a separate issue.
Yeah. I guess, and I don't know how we're gonna do this, because I wish that right now we had a staff report summarizing these common areas, which I doubt the staff has, because we just heard from you, so obviously. I mean, I just wanna say as a general policy, and I haven't heard anybody from another perspective, so I take a risk on stating something without hearing a quote, maybe the other side. I'm in favor of as much autonomy as possible for any department that doesn't draw on the general fund. I think, I would support improvements in hiring, which of course we hear from everybody. That's not just you folks. That's, the whole city wants the hiring process cleaned up, and for a lot of various and important reasons. So that, I think, we just have to pass on to either the ad hoc or full commission. I don't know, I'm not sure yet which, but, and then as far as procurement, I mean, I would think we've got to change those dollar amounts, and we should have an inflation built in. I can't believe this kind of stuff's in the charter, this 150,000 or whatever it is. That's crazy. I mean, all that just seems like super logical cleanup. And again, I can't make a motion today. I don't think we have, quite the data, but I would just like to express a general feeling that these departments don't take a penny from our taxpayers. They get their money from the ratepayers or whoever, the VCs, and, et cetera, and we should give them what they want. And plus, most of what they want fits with what I believe we've heard from other departments. Better hiring, better procurement, There's probably a third one that I'm not quite remembering. But the whole issue of the dollar cap on contracting and the council having to vote on every little thing, get rid of it. That's my position. I'm done. I have tons of questions, but I'm not gonna waste time.
And so
And
so, I mean, the first thing that I want to say with regards to DWP, are you familiar with Gloria Gray and did she have any role in DWP?
No.
Okay, so she wasn't on the water board commission, so you're not connected to the water board?
No.
Okay.
Is that the Metropolitan Water District maybe?
That's a different.
There is a water board that
No,
has, that has representatives from each area.
Yeah, that's probably Met.
That's
Okay, so you're not associated with it?
We have board members. The city of LA has board members on the Metro board, and we take water from Metro. We buy water from Metro, but we don't say or do anything.
They aren't government.
Yes.
It's a separate.
Nor they are our governors.
Well, I'm glad, because they're racist. Yeah, I meant it and I said it. And that's my issue with autonomy. My issue with autonomy is I hear everybody talking about we need jobs, we want to hire, and I see black people in this room and have heard black people in this room say over and over and over and over that they cannot find jobs.
Come on.
And if your autonomy does not include, and I'm saying it specifically, if your autonomy does not include making sure that black people have work equity in this city, then you don't need autonomy.
Come on.
That's just my feeling.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. That wasn't just directed to you, that's directed to everybody that's gonna need to be jobs.
I hear you, and I think that's the beauty of LA, right? The diversity that we represent, and that's
Used to represent.
Well, that's
That's big. All I know is truth. When in doubt, tell the truth. That's it.
I am married to black, so I understand.
That don't mean that. I'm glad you did, but that don't mean nothing.
I understand how it's changed.
No, I appreciate you. No, I'm saying that in jest. But you must be mad black because you just woke that right up. I'm not mad at you for that.
No, and I'm Puerto Rican, right? So
Well, that's why you did.
Yeah. So 2 things. I've been working very hard on diversity hiring in the department, and I will tell you, if you want to hire diversity, the city personnel rules have to change.
Right.
We have developed programs for veteran hiring, for minority hiring, for foster kid hiring. The rules say you cannot target a specific group. So there's no way for me to target a group and say, I want to hire a cohort of 50 black people if I can't target a cohort of 50 black people, right? And so if autonomy means we are able to develop the programs that we need to hit the goals that we need to hit on diversity, that's what gives us the authority, or the city personnel rules have to change so that we are able to target groups that are not represented in our workforce.
And I think, and I think you raise an important point, but I think it's also important to recognize that the civil service exam, specifically designed, like all standardized tests, specifically designed for black people not to be able to pass.
Come on. There you go.
And this is documented from the SAT to the ACT.
Yes.
This has been documented that this is what these tests are about. And so for us to say that we can't hire people, and people of color in this city, black people specifically, all people of color generally, for people to be having to leave this city because they cannot find work is a disgrace to this city, especially since these are the same people who built this city.
Come on.
Yeah. And so, and I'm saying this, and I'm gonna say this, and I have not spoken to you, I have not spoken to you. I just want to make it clear. I am not sure that this city or this commission is ready for the kinds of changes that the people are asking for. I have a great deal of respect for you all and what you do, and I'm not judging you because I don't know you. But I can judge the system that you have been dropped into. And the system that you have been dropped into locks people who look like me out.
There
And it
you
doesn't
go.
matter, and please understand, a black face in a high place is not relevant. It's not relevant. And so I'm not arguing that black faces in high places make a difference in the lives of black people.
That's right.
What I'm saying is, I want people to do what is right. And what is happening in this city, and what is happening in people who work for this city, they're not doing what is right.
That's right.
And the handful, I'm looking at the numbers, I was looking at the numbers. When you have a handful of black folks, with the exception of me, I'm probably an exception. When you have a handful of black people and a gazillion of other folks, there is the pressure not to want to advocate for what is right for black people, because you are aware of the consequences.
Say it again. Yes.
There are consequences. And so it is incumbent upon the leaders of your agencies, because I can't rely on the elected officials, I'm sorry, I just can't. We're in this mess because of it.
Yeah.
That's just how I see
Say it
it.
like it is.
There is an opportunity, and I'm just, and you know, they say I talk too long, but you know, I'm a preacher. And I usually don't get to see these many black folks in the room, so. I'm, you know, so, and you the choir. So I'll go wrap it up, Madam Chair. And just for the record, I don't like how she was treated either. I don't like it.
Come on.
With the ad hoc committee, I'm just being honest, I don't like it. There's no API person on the ad hoc committee. She's the youngest person that is on this committee. She is a committee chair, doing a wonderful job handling the real issues. We're handling the real issues of Los Angeles. All that stuff about, I know y'all want, expansion and ranked choice voting and all of that. But what good is that if you have people who are harmed?
Come on. Right.
What are you governing? No talk about what's happening in the street in terms of the Gestapo corralling not just quote unquote undocumented people, but anybody.
Right.
Killing folks indiscriminately.
Yes.
These are not issues that people want to,
Speak on it.
how are these not issues that we need to be discussing and talking about? As the Charter Reform Commission, I suggested to City Council that they follow the Second Amendment. I teach the Constitution, so I'm kind of biased vocationally. And you know what y'all know what the Second Amendment says? Anybody? Huh? The right to bear arms, right?
Yeah.
But that ain't all it said. Before it gave every citizen the right to bear arms, and I want this in the record, and y'all, people can misquote me, and they've already called me a domestic terrorist because of my involvement and work with Black Lives Matter, but I don't care.
Come on.
But at the end of the day, the Second Amendment says that when the federal government forms a federal police force, and that is what the courts have said Donald Trump has done, that the states can form a well-organized militia. And if you notice, if you look at places like Chicago, if you notice, or Philadelphia, when them black folk came out with they're not even concealed, but they got open carry. Interestingly enough, ICE knew how to conduct themselves.
Come on.
And started leaving these cities.
Come on.
And so the fact that we are in Los Angeles, California, and you know all of that open carry kind of stuff and all of this Second Amendment kind of stuff ended when the Black Panthers marched on the Capitol with their weapons.
Come on.
Yes.
That's when they found out, that's when they said, we need to do something about this.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a professor, so it's a little bit of a history lesson that I gotta put in here in case you didn't get it in your K through 12 experience or your college experience.
Yeah.
But these are very serious issues.
Yes, they are.
They affect everything that you all do. Everything. And our city is under siege.
Wow.
And what we do not need is people not working.
Right. Say that again?
We do not need, and if you wanna end crime, give people good jobs.
Tell it.
Catalyst was here, right? I heard, I was listening in. Do y'all know what they do? Y'all know what they do? They provide workers. They vet them. They make sure that they are adequately trained to take jobs. And like right now, I'm involved in a project. And the sole purpose of that project is to place people in high-paying STEM jobs who don't have STEM backgrounds. So now this whole thing about, oh, well, you know, we would love to hire people, but they're just not qualified. I got $1 for every time I heard that. I wouldn't need reparations.
Come on.
I'm just saying. You all want us to make these changes. And I'm not opposed to making the changes like Commissioner, like my colleagues said, I'm not opposed. But I am opposed when then you turn your back on the people.
Say that again.
And I don't care what anybody says. They can have as many rules as they want concerning how you hire people of color.
That's right.
There are ways to get around everything.
Yes. Yes.
To get around everything. We got the same thing at Cal State LA, where I work. They say you can't have race-based admissions. But what's interesting is, and then they say that's why we don't have, that's why our black population is so low. That's what they tell us. No, our black population is so low is because we recruit at every school except schools that have a critical mass of black people. So the jobs, if you want to hire black people, you got to go to where black people are.
Black workers.
That's what it
The
is.
black work. They're here. And this is what makes no sense to me. And I did not mean to give a speech, but it's
needed. We ready to work.
It's needed.
We are ready to work.
When I was listening, I said, I'm caught between two emotions. Sad and anger. And then I'm ambivalent because I really want to cuss somebody out, but I'm a preacher, I can't.
Amen.
So I'm ambivalent. Because to hear black people, now they were very eloquent and, but to me it sounds like a plea for work. And why should you have to plead for work when you built this country for free?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. And so, what I'm saying is, don't disassociate yourself from the people, the real people, the people on the ground.
Say it again.
The people who will work beyond the typical work. Because if you hiring these hot shots that's coming out of college, these Gen Zers, if you hiring them, guess what? They do what is called quiet quitting. Y'all know that? Y'all need to know about the quiet quitting. It's called quiet quitting. It's a thing. And all of these corporations they don't know what to do about it because they're getting the quote unquote best and the brightest, and the best and the brightest are getting there and they're quiet quitting. That means they're doing just enough to keep their job, but they've already quit. And that is a real thing. They're not baby boomers who will work around the clock, but there are people who have been so locked out of the job market that once they get an entryway, they will do everything within their power to make sure that they not only do a good job, they're not just working to keep the job, they're working to make their place in the job.
Say it again.
So that they are essential and so that they are needed. And then you don't have to worry about
Crime.
the elimination unless you have anti-blackness and racism and discrimination that is going on, and you do. That goes unchecked. That just goes unchecked. And so I'm saying that, I'm not calling anybody out yet. I did call out this water board. Yes, they're racist. Yes, they're anti-black. They absolutely are. But I'm not calling y'all out yet. But should I find out, because I'm a researcher, But should I find out that there is some shenanigans going on in your agencies, I'm gonna make sure that I mention it, because again, a right to work is a human right. It builds dignity, it creates safety, and I think we could get along better as a city.
So,
I like to say this, and I say this as a pastor, and then I'm done. A lot of people think they understand black men. A whole lot of people think they understand them. You will never understand a black man as long as he is not gainfully employed and able to take care of his family. He will never be who he was created to be. And so that is how important work is to these communities that present themselves here. So I don't want you all to hear what they have said as just words. And I don't want us to hear what bothers me the most is we rush through public comment.
Come on.
We don't get a chance to engage. And that needs to change. And so I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, we're sorry.
I would say first of all, thank you for your kind words and for uplifting the voices of the Black, but also the EPI community. And so that is something that is valuable to me. And so thank you for that, first off. I think what I'm hearing from you, it doesn't just end at charter reform. Is what I'm hearing from my colleague Karen. So I think it is the yes and we need all the things. Really appreciative of your recommendations, but I think it is the ongoing kind of, there's a lot of upstreams and downstream solutions that we're just working out, and we can't do it all in the charter reform. And so we do appreciate the recommendations you're bringing forth us, but also acknowledging that there's other things happening in the world that we're trying to also balance it out. And so that's what we're doing here. Really appreciate your time. I'm gonna open up the floor to see if there's any remaining questions, and also logistically wanted to see, because I know we heard from Board of Public Works, Department of Public Works, and wanted to see if there's any questions for that department as well, because I know she's sitting in the audience at the moment. So I'm gonna open up the floor for final questions.
Procedural question. This is the last meeting of this committee, and yet we've just heard 4 really important presentations. So my question is, how does that enter into the process? Because we're gonna not really
We're definitely,
today.
yeah, and we're definitely gonna make sure that their recommendations make it into the queue. We're just figuring out where, but we're not putting this into the junk pile, absolutely. Especially because they came in such uniform and did so much important work on this, so we're working on it. And Max, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, we'll add these recommendations to the report, but just, important caveat about some of the personnel related recommendations. Those are gonna have to go through that same meet and confer process. So those are gonna sort of be batched.
I'm sorry, the same what?
Well, I mean, some of the personnel recommendations we're still trying to figure out the process with meet and confer and how, like, some of these recommendations could or would be impacted by that. So stay tuned on the personnel side of it. But a lot of their, like, the procurement and stuff like that and just general fixes, we're definitely gonna make sure that are part of the revised report, that at some point, either the full commission, ad hoc, both, we'll figure it out.
Okay, so you're just saying you're not even sure whether it's gonna go through ad hoc?
Not at this.
Or full commission?
I mean, the full commission will ultimately have the final say on everything. So yes. So I let me take that back. Probably both will hear it. Yes.
So
I don't, and I'll also caveat that I don't have all the answers right now.
So were there some organizations, like, for example, what you've heard from, because I know the Black Workers Center did present, and I know that there was what is it? The budget.
The People's Budget.
People's Budget
Yes.
LA. I'm sorry, my mind is slipping. The People's Budget LA, they did present. Now, when I looked at it, I wasn't aware of. I don't recall seeing the recommendations. I just saw People's Budget, LA Workers Center. I may be wrong, that I saw, you know, I don't know if I saw specific recommendations, and what it sounds like that's what you all have presented, and I don't know if I know the Black Worker Center presented specific recommendations, but I don't know if People's Budget LA did beyond what they said in the room, which was some kind of comparison, some kind of comparison process that would juxtapose the people's budget and the mayor's proposed budget.
Ooh, I'm not be able to say it. Juxtaposing. That's a good question, but let me turn this over to Max.
Yeah, I don't know if Brianna wants to add anything, but I mean, we did have some recommendations from people's budget in there. And the recommendations that are presented today, those are gonna go into a future report.
And so what about the recommendations of the Black Worker Center? Because I think their recommendations were more specific to the charter. I just don't recall seeing it.
Well, yeah, so they're presenting today, so they'll be in a future report. So
No, I know these folks.
No, the Black Worker Center is presenting today.
Oh, they're presenting today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I think just to wrap up this part, Brianna, do you want to say something?
Some of the Black Workers Center recommendations are already in the.
Yes, and some of the recommendations are in here. So, because they've spoken to us and they've sent us stuff. So some of them are in here. They're presenting today, much like our folks on procurement and all that. So there's still, it's evolving. Absolutely, and definitely help us check to make sure that we get everyone's recommendations.
All right.
And so can you all leave your contact information?
Yeah, we have all their contact information. Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner New.
You know what I'm saying, Justin.
Ask them to do what I've asked other presenters is, and some of you did it in the reports, but put us together a grid with section this, section that.
I was just about to say it.
Language, you know, make it as easy as possible for what I hope will happen, which is we will support your recommendations, we meaning the whole commission, hopefully. But make it easy, thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Yeah, they've been great partners with us so far on this, so we'll keep on working with them to make sure. And we have other departments who have similar fixes and little things. So yeah, big and small.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. Really appreciate it.
Great answer, by the way.
Okay. Alrighty. And we segue, a nice segue into LA Black Worker Center. You said presentation, right?
Hey. We have this.
It's the fanciest we've got.
Twice as hard for half as much, you know what they say.
Exactly what for that. And I don't even have to ask for a car.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're gonna set the timer. You get more time because it's just you.
15 minutes, right?
Great.
20. Okay, all right.
But if you do 15, we won't be mad.
We're gonna try and impress you. Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. We are the Los Angeles Black Worker Center, and we are here to present our workforce equity charter reform recommendations. My name is Ariel Moore, and I am the campaign coordinator, and I'm going to pass it to my colleague.
Hello, thank you for having us here today. My name is Trina Traylor, and I am the campaign and coalition manager at the Los Angeles Black Worker Center.
And my name is Sherry Bell. I am a proud member of the LA Black Worker Center. And I can get us started if you're ready. All right, so I just want to tell you a little bit about who we are at the Black Worker Center. We opened our doors.
Next slide, please.
we opened our doors in 2011 as a project of the UCLA Labor Center as a dynamic table of workers, labor leaders, and legal advocates to brainstorm solutions to the combined unemployment and underemployment rate of Black workers in Los Angeles, which is 50%, and we refer to that statistic as the Black jobs crisis. Our approach to addressing this staggering statistics have been to organize those workers who are directly affected by the crisis to advocate for policies and programs that increase access and retention to quality work.
Yes.
Throughout the years, we've had made significant contributions to our great city of LA by working, doing our research and working in coalition and organizing. We've been able to accomplish LA Metro's first ever project labor agreement, which created thousands of good union jobs and had increased transparency, which led to a 0% to 10% Black worker participation rate across all LA Metro projects. We also fought and won at this time the largest minimum wage policy in the nation by raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour in the city of LA by 2020 and beyond. And we also fought and won local offices to enforce the minimum wage, ban the box ordinance, and local civil rights protections. While we are proud of our victories and contributions to the city of LA, we realize that we are in the midst of a crisis, a dual crisis of unemployment and houselessness. A 2023 LA County Commission report on the state of Black Los Angeles indicated that loss of income was the primary contributor to why people become unhoused. And while Black Angelenos only comprise only 8% of the population, we comprise over 32% of the unhoused and have a staggering 10% unemployment rate, and are amongst the most likely to have the lowest median household income in the county. So, as we approach the 250th birthday of our great nation, these status quo disparities signal a larger need for systemic restructuring and change.
Come on.
Sure, next slide.
Oh, next slide. I'm sorry. Through our work, we know that access to public sector work has long been a solution at chipping away at those disparities I mentioned earlier, as these jobs have presented a stronghold to a middle class income. However, access to these jobs have been met with barriers, such as network hiring, bias in interview processes, outdated testing systems that don't take into account meaningful, relevant, and qualifying work experience in the civil service exam process. And also a lack of intention in outreaching to communities that are underserved and building a real true labor community pipeline to place workers from disadvantaged communities into these positions. Economists have long signaled and described Black unemployment as a canary in the coal mine, because Black workers are disproportionately hit first and signal when there are signs of economic slowdowns. This charter can be a tool for long-term equity and not just policy promises. Our recommendations aim to proactively raise the floor for all working Angelenos. Given current times, there's no better time now than to put much-needed guardrails in place to ensure that our most vulnerable Angelenos are included in this economy. So we know that Los Angeles can chart a different path here. And as we approach MLK's birthday next week, we will say that, in his words, the time is always right to do what is right. And that leads us to why we launched our 1,000 Strong campaign, which I'm gonna lend to my friend and colleague and staff member of the Black Worker Center, Trina Traylor, to discuss.
Next slide.
Our 1,000 Strong initiative. After surveying our community, we found out that the majority of Black y'all can hear me? I'm so loud, I thought they could hear me out. So after surveying our community, we found out that the majority of Black homeowners are public sector employees, and they are at or near retirement age, and there is no clear plan on how to replace those Black workers as they exit. In response to this looming gap, we launched our 1,000 Strong campaign. Our campaign focuses on placing 1,000 Black Angelenos into unionized public sector jobs by creating supportive pathways to long-term careers. After completing an 8 weeks intensive boot camp, participants are placed in city jobs as vocational employees and begin learning through hands-on experience. During the first year, participants learn on the job, build confidence, while unions provide mentorship and support them through navigating the workplace and remaining on the job. We are not doing this work alone. The 1,000 Strong Coalition is a strong coalition of labor leaders, including ASME, the LA Federation of Labor, EAA, and SEIU 721, alongside partners with academia, clergy, and community. The coalition reflects a shared understanding that the city's current hiring systems are not functioning as intended and need structural reform. The goal of the 1,000 Strong is to build access, preparation, and long-term retention, not just short-term placement. Our web project is a concrete example of the work. We launched our workforce equity demonstration project with the Department of Public Works. LABWC entered into an agreement with the Department of Public Works to create 200 job opportunities for participants in our 1,000 Strong pipeline. Through this project, participants were trained and placed into roles where they successfully met job expectations and performed the work. At the same time, the project highlighted a misalignment between traditional civil service exams and the actual skills required to do the job. While participants demonstrated strong on-the-job performances, many face challenges navigating written exams that are not reflective of the real job duties, as you heard earlier from our graduate, Kevin Stanford. While participants demonstrated strong on-the-job performance, many, like I said, face the challenges. The gap between testing and actual job performance highlights the need to modernize the city hiring practices. But without clear enforceable requirements, even formal agreements like our MOU can face significant challenges in implementation. Despite repeated commitments, we have experienced inconsistent follow-through from the city and the mayor's office. Too many often, progress depends on personality rather than policy. When Mayor Garcetti left office and Mayor Bass took over, programs stalled, momentum shifts, and workers were left in limbo. Despite the 200 job commitment, only 49 placements were ultimately made. This outcome illustrates the risk of relying on informal agreements rather than structures that are codified, protected, and accountable. To address these challenges, I'll turn it over to Ariel to walk us through potential solutions.
Yes.
So we really want to focus on our theory of harm, which is prevention, or our theory of change rather, which is prevention before punishment. For decades, Los Angeles has treated poverty like a crime instead of really investing in the conditions that can prevent harm. And so we don't think that this is a coincidence. We know, in fact, that this is a policy choice rooted in the logic of racial capitalism, and that is to say anti-Blackness is running rampant in the city charter and the rules in which the civil service operates. So our examples of this are as follows. Currently, unemployment is punished instead of prevented. We're spending millions of dollars on homelessness strategies, when in fact, instead of the millions of dollars that we're spending on homelessness to address the problem, which is to get people housed, people can't stay housed if they don't have jobs. We need to address the root causes. And if we were to simply allocate even a fraction, a very small fraction in fact, of the police budget currently to address these root problems, we would see far less crisis. And so I think it's just a matter of recognizing that the city's budget also speaks to the city's values, and currently the city is communicating to its constituents that Black workers are in fact not valued. When we know that Black workers, the city cannot run without Black workers.
Say it again.
And there was a time in which we could rely on public sector employment as a means of social mobility, and it seemed as though the more people experienced that, the harsher the rules became in terms of implementation, certainly to create or reinforce rather a racial hierarchy, and that is our concern. Right now, incarceration is the primary intervention for poverty, and we know that that's simply ineffective. Next slide. We are calling on you as commissioners to meet the moment, and I think that that starts with debunking the myth of meritocracy. The civil service process, as it's stated in the charter, and as it was formed so many years ago, is formed under the guise of being neutral. The idea that we are selecting the best candidates regardless of race, religion, or creed, all because we have this testing mechanism that is able to sort out who is going to be the best candidate for the job. We in fact know from lived experience that the myth of meritocracy, merit is not neutral at all. In fact, the system manufactures barriers that our folks being Black workers, have experienced over and over again, and it really is a tool designed to keep the power in the same communities that have always held it, and to keep it out of the hands of Black workers and the working class more broadly. This is the issue. As long as we continue to claim that our current civil service process is based on merit, it's a dog whistle that refuses to acknowledge its actual impact, which is shutting Black workers out and keeping the working class constituents of LA unable to provide for their families, unable to buy homes, unable to stay in the city. It creates displacement, and at this rate, we are on our way to becoming almost a predominantly white city when we know that certainly is not the demographic of the population. Next slide. So our recommendations for reform. We've already proven what works, as Trina mentioned with our web project. Access, preparation, and retention connected directly to real jobs. We've coordinated with city departments, and the results have been clear. Black workers succeed on the job, and job performance does not equate test performance, meaning that the testing system is currently filtering out real talent in the city, and it's one of the reasons why the city is not able to deliver the services that's required. You heard many people before us from different public works departments or different public departments discussing the ways in which the current hiring mechanism prevents them from being able to hire the best candidate or even just hire the right amount of people. And so our proposal is as follows. We think that the city needs to modernize hiring. What that means to us is using skills-based assessment and real-world experiences as opposed to rigid exams that are antiquated and rarely have anything to do with the actual job duties. We are also asking for deep investment in pathways. There was a time before the internet where regular people were able to access public sector work in a way that was tangible. Given now the current system in terms of what the charter rules state, as well as online applications, overwhelmingly so, Black workers are not able to access this level of employment that has historically anchored families in the city. We want investment in internships, trainee programs, and community-based pre-apprenticeships, all that connect directly to public sector jobs within departments. Very similar to what the CEO of the Department of Water and Power was trying to say. If these departments were able to conduct their own personnel, their own hiring, very much so there's a possibility that perhaps we would see an increase in diversity. However, without enforcement and mandated oversight, we also know that that will depend on who the CEO is. It will depend on personalities and political will, which is why we are so really adamant that the only change that we're going to see that will be tangible is if the change is in the charter. We need to establish an independent review board that's made up of community, labor, and personnel that will be able to distinctly recognize emerging patterns of discrimination, of harm, and also address existing harm that exists in the system. We also would like to require every department to complete an equity audit every 5 years. Their data needs to be transparent. Right now, a lot of the gatekeeping within the civil service system is happening in the shadows. It's very difficult to call it out outside of lived experience because that data is not publicly accessible. So we think that public good and public dollars should also be spent and invested in public sector work and made available to the larger public. We want to create a workforce equity commission to oversee that implementation and public transparent reports on workforce data. We are asking all of these things because we have already tried to depend on electeds. We have already tried to create our own programs. And what we have learned from the challenges of that experience is that what we need needs to be codified. As Trina mentioned, we've already met with our coalition partners, which includes labor. We've also met with the city's Department of Human Rights and Equity, and we've gotten feedback from several stakeholders, all of which endorse our recommendations and think that they would bring about the improvement that we're seeking. And I'm going to pass it to Trina for our next and final slide.
All righty, so our ask is for this commission to endorse our recommendation. I'm just so used to being loud. Y'all can't hear me. So our ask is for this commission to endorse our recommendations. Fair hiring, faster pathways, and real oversight. So Los Angeles stop reproducing inequity and start staffing the city to serve every community. This is how we align governance with real public safety, prevention before punishment, while strengthening the city's workforce capacity. If we can rewrite rules that are century old, we can build a system that finally reflects who Los Angeles is and who makes it run.
Come on. That was.
I'm gonna say first thank you.
No.
I just want to say thank you so much for that. I'm gonna pass it over to Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Patrick.
Now, this is just somewhat of a housekeeping issue. We are hearing from Black-led organizations at the end of this process, pretty much. And my concern is that we are hearing from Black-led organizations in this committee and not the full commission.
Right.
And I have said from the very beginning, we need to hear from you all in the full commission. Because it's very difficult, as brilliant as Justin may be, he is not going to be able to communicate what we have heard today. It's just not possible. It's kind of like church. They can tell you how good church was, but if you wasn't there, you don't know.
Right. Exactly.
And what I also know, what I also believe, I question whether or not this commission wants to deal with this. I question it. Now we'll see.
It is.
You know, and I say this because in a vote in our last commission meeting, I said that with developers, about 10% of their properties are supposed to be affordable. When you talk to the city about it, oh, we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources. When in fact, these developers are putting their relatives, their friends, in this housing and
in that 10%.
In that 10%.
Yeah.
The response was, we already have that in housing. And they voted against it. They voted against it. And to me, that was a test.
Yeah.
See, what my background is in public policy. I'm a political science professor. So I know a little something. I'm not just a preacher.
Yeah.
It was a test. It was a temperature check. And the reality is that this commission needs to be about the people.
That part. Yeah.
But what I believe this commission wants to do, and I ain't talking to nobody, and I'm not talking about anybody in particular, I'm telling you my perception. And it can be wrong. Please prove me wrong. Is that when it comes to what the people want, it's kind of a sideline add-on. But when it comes to what the city wants, those who work here,
Consequences.
it's like, You know, the only reason I'm not complaining about the way that y'all presenting last, is because I guaranteed that I was gonna get to hear y'all.
But everybody else gets up and leaves.
Right.
When we speak.
Right, and the people who needed to hear you all, they're not in here.
No, we're always last.
And so I just question, I'm serious, and it really, what it comes down to is that y'all, this is my belief. Nobody cares about black people in this city.
Yeah, that's right.
We care.
That's
Can
my
we
belief.
change the
And
seats
we-
on the commission?
Right, and we have to make them care. Now, these are some of, now I do have to say about my fellow commissioners. They did kind of come for me in the beginning, but y'all know you can't come for me. This is what, but today, I think they're wonderful people. I think we want to do the right thing. I really do. I think we want to do the right thing. The problem is, I don't know if the folks in City Hall want to do the right thing. And I don't know if we'll be courageous enough to push for the right thing. Because City Hall don't owe me nothing and I don't owe them nothing. I'm not looking for anything from the mayor or city council or anybody else. I am a free black man. I say whatever I want to say, when I want to say it, how I want to say it, and to whom. That's what I do.
Right, right.
And I have paid the cost to be able to do that.
Come on.
And I'm not walking back from that.
Tell
But
it all.
something has to change. And so
Yes.
what I'm asking you all, I'm with the people.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna need the people to push to make sure that these changes happen. Because as I said, we move into the ad hoc committee. That's on Saturday. That's gonna be all day. It's gonna be this Saturday. It's gonna be all day. There is no API person on that ad hoc committee. They're, like I said, my brilliant colleague here, who's the youngest to be taking on this kind of responsibility. And I'm very, because see, people like to target young people. But you're smart, they didn't know.
Yes, you
They didn't know that, they didn't know that. And it's not okay to me, It's not okay to me, and anybody who wants to interpret what I'm saying, however you want to interpret it, you can. But I am saying we are in a position where we can do something to help everybody in this city. And if we gonna help everybody in this city, we gotta begin by helping black folks.
That part.
There you go.
One of the things that the Constitution says that we have a responsibility to do, because everybody wants to talk about the Constitution in these days. It says we must protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority.
There you go.
And so we got some tyranny going on as it relates to black people. And when you talk about the unhoused, for the life of me, why wouldn't we want in the charter that developers must prove, or even the city run a process to put the people into those affordable units?
Yeah.
That just makes sense. I don't care what housing is supposed to be doing, and that's half of the problem. If we're reforming the charter, why should it matter what they're currently doing? We're trying to change that. And so again, that was a now maybe a lot of people didn't see it that deeply as I did, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna just name what they don't want to deal with.
Thank you.
You want to say?
Yeah, I want to Commissioner Ramirez.
We're not commissioners, we're just staff.
Okay, staff, thank you for the commissioners' comments, and I can feel if you could take back to the rest of the commission that we know racism and discrimination is not gonna be resolved in our lifetime. However, we feel like our recommendations are worth a closer look, and they are in total alignment with the agencies that you've seen today, regarding them on the streamline hiring. So for that reason, I would hope that the city would support our recommendations.
And And I do too. But I just want to mention really quickly what I don't think they want to deal with. They're going to have to deal with some kind of labor issue, but I don't know if it's going to be. I don't know if it's going if it will help us. I don't know. I hope so. I'm being pessimistic.
Right.
Now I'm a man of faith, so I'm praying that for once we would do the right thing. Right? They don't want to deal with policing at all.
Yeah.
They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to, not in any real way.
Right.
They want to talk about reform, which is more money for them to buy more militarized weapons to target us. That's what they want. That's what they want.
Right.
So, the other thing that they don't want to deal with is the issue of the unhoused. Because they got a mess with the money. The LAPD took the lion's share of the money. And the numbers for the unhoused went up.
Right.
At the end of the day, we need to marshal every person in this city and demand that reforms that directly impact, this is what I said too, I've already had a discussion. We need to categorize these reforms so that we know clearly the ones that impact directly and lift the people, and that those that just establish policy to make the folks in the city's job easier.
Right.
And so, I don't know, but we can't do that without the people.
We gotta show up.
We have to show up, and I think that, you know, on another note, and I see my colleague wants to say something, I don't think that we have been treated fairly as commissioners. We've been given a short amount of time to do a whole lot of work, and it's really somewhat of an insult. But it is what it is. So I would just say, come out on Saturday. Bring as many folks as you can. And when this topic comes up.
This topic is not on Saturday.
It's 2 weeks from Saturday.
I know, which is another thing. That's another thing. You know, that's another thing. But at the end of the day, you can still do public comment.
Yeah.
Now, it is 2 weeks from Saturday.
Right.
We're gonna talk about police reform last. Right? So we're not talking, huh?
I said we need to get to it today.
Right.
You're talking about it today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Yes. I'm not looking at the agenda.
It's on the agenda. It's on the grid. It's on the.
Oh, God. Okay, but.
We're getting there.
Okay. So.
All the things.
Okay, thanks. I should have known that. I'm not looking at the agenda.
We're gonna pass it over to Commissioner Good for questions.
Actually, no, more of a comment this time. As you have noted, many of your recommendations, not all, but many do overlap with what we're hearing from pretty much everyone.
Right.
But you folks have a very important special role, and I don't mean just because you're representing Black community, Black workers, I mean because you have links to the labor people. Because probably, I say this in public, the biggest problem we're gonna have is even if our commission, and I have a little more faith than you today, I think our commission may well send forward a lot of the personnel recommendations, including many of yours. I'm concerned that our council may be influenced by some of our city labor unions who for whatever reason may not want change. Now, I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong. I'm like you, I hope I'm wrong. But, you know, the city unions have a pretty good grip on most of the members of the council. And again, the word is, I don't know if it's a true word or a rumor, that they're not thrilled with any change regarding personnel. And that is a big problem for everyone in this room and for everybody in our city. Right. So I would urge you, because of your special connections being started through UCLA Labor Center and Kent Wong, may he rest in power. And because of your current connections, work with those colleagues, those labor partners, and make sure that when the time comes, not just to our commission, well, you'll come and give public comment however often you want and are able, but also when it comes to the council, because they really do have the last word. And whatever we may do, we need, and I'm kind of echoing what you've been saying, we need this kind of participation. It's, we gotta, I think you said it, I'm sure I'm paraphrasing, and you'll correct me, James, but you said this at a meeting a long time ago. We need the people to tell our electeds what the most important things are.
Right.
So I guess that's what I wanted to say, is that keep at it, and let's all keep our eye on the calendar. That ad hoc is this Saturday with whatever the agenda is, and you're on it, James, so you'll
Yeah,
follow
I
up.
am, and that's why I think you can come on the 17th.
Well, of course, and then.
Because, and give public comment on the 17th, because when we deal with it, when we deal with these issues, I want them to already know that the community is watching. That's the point.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I think some of you wanted to answer.
Yeah, I just wanted to uplift that our recommendations have been endorsed by the LA Federation of Labor, AFSCME, 3090, 36, SLU 721, EAA, and EAA.
That's everyone.
Oh, that's.
Is that everyone? That sounds like everyone.
It's the majority.
Yeah, it's a vast majority.
And the only reason why they can't be here, Aria's gonna talk about that.
And an issue that I don't know if the commissioners are aware of, but I would certainly love to bring to your attention, to your point, Commissioner Field, we are having an issue with the CAO's office and the meet and confer process. The labor unions have not been invited to meet and confer or have any discussions about the personnel recommendations. And so, although I am sure it's not intentional sabotage by any degree, it is disheartening to know that even if you were to put our recommendations in your final report and we move to city council, that ultimately the recommendations would not be enforceable because there's not yet been a meet and confer. And it feels very undemocratic, if I may say so myself, that we could go through this process of making recommendations, of being endorsed by you all, and even getting an affirmative vote of 8 from city council, and ultimately it'll be a conversation that's later had behind closed doors that will determine whether these recommendations are enforceable or become real.
And I want to thank you, because many months ago, I think at USC, I asked I forget, somebody was talking to us, and I said, I think it was the engineers and architects people, I said, when is meet and confer? And they said, we haven't heard. And I've stopped asking, but I should keep asking, because that has to happen parallel.
I think, so we're still trying to make sure, so again, we do know for sure the commission would not be a part of the meet and confer process.
Right.
Legally, that would be permissible. It's council slash CAO that is part of meet and confer. So we think we're getting close to a place where we know when, and there's still time for this commission to process, and that's why we're having this conversation, to process these recommendations that again seem to have a lot, not only, one side of the table, if you will, offering them, but both sides of the table offering them, the management and employees. So I think we're getting close to there. I just don't want to set a date, but I'd love to. Just on the staff side, that is our hope and goal, is to still get something through our process, send to council, and then that is their thing. Having said that, your jobs are not over. Even when this commission, hopefully you'll all be a part of the process of rallying behind recommendations as council considers them. And again, you also have your jobs as commissioners to rally commissioners in a Brown Act style manner to get proposals through as well.
So the question is,
I have a question.
Yes.
Am I hearing that if labor shows up, it's legal?
No. They just,
So-
but they're not showing up because they haven't meet and confer with them, so they decided as the coalition that they're not gonna show up because they haven't met and confer with them about the changes in person.
Can't they come and speak to the commission, the full commission?
They have presented.
Yeah, but they stopped coming because.
Well, because we haven't asked them back yet.
Well, no, I mean, I invited them today.
Oh, okay.
And they decided
okay.
as a coalition that they're not coming into meet and confer happens.
Okay. I mean, I can kind of get, I mean, personally, with a limited labor background myself, I can get that because they don't wanna be, have claims that they're jumping ahead of the process. It is a state-defined, legally defined process, and they probably have lawyers that they're triple checking, but it sounds like they're working with you though, and so that's to Commissioner Field's, point, that's super encouraging.
So is there a specific timeline that this should happen in?
It should already happen.
And it certainly needs to happen before the final vote in March.
That is the most, sorry, what she said is the most accurate, is it does have to happen actually before the vote to go to ballot.
So what impact?
So we have technically between now and that vote, probably end of June, for a meet and confer process.
So what impact would that have? And you said it's a state.
Yeah, state law.
So the state law requires it, but does state law give it a timeline?
State law dictates when it can happen, but it doesn't say it has to take 2 weeks. Doesn't say it has to take 2 days.
So my question is, could we recommend in the charter that this happens within a particular timeline?
That is a really good question that I'd have to find out information. Like putting in the charter how I don't know. My first guess would be as long as it doesn't conflict with state law, but I don't know the exact state law.
Well,
that's something we can find out.
We need to find that out because
right away.
Because if
We're
things
making
are the
note
way
of
that
that.
I think they work, as soon as they hear that, oh, we want to meet and confirm. And so we need to look at trying to.
It's definitely, I just want to say, meet and confer is definitely something that protects both sides, especially the workers. Especially the workers. Having been a represented worker many times in my life, it is a protection, especially for the workers.
Commissioners, we want to thank you for your time. And if we can just leave you with our vision, a better Los Angeles is possible if we fight for it. And so thank you so much for endorsing us, for supporting us. Thank you, Justin, for having us present.
And last question, what could you recommend a timeline?
I would because meet and confer, as someone who has been represented by the union as well, is going to be a little bit like bargaining. So it's not as if it's going to be one meeting.
Right.
I think that they should meet and confer as early as their calendars will allow. Next week, tomorrow.
Yes. But they would need recommendations ideally from us first, so we're getting there.
And did I hear correctly earlier that this is the last personnel meeting that you all
Yes.
have? So do you have all the recommendations?
So do we have all your recommendations? Yeah, as long as we have all of your recommendations, and we have a lot of the recommendations that you had sent us beforehand.
I have a question.
Excuse me.
I have a question that says we're having more personnel meetings. There's some deliberation meetings, and then there's a final vote meeting. Is that not?
Sure, so final vote is not gonna happen until March.
Right,
For this
21st,
commission.
right?
So there'll be a lot of commission meetings, there'll be several ad hoc meetings, excuse me, it's caught in my throat.
There's two.
There we go.
There's two, right? Two.
At least.
And so just so you understand, the reason I'm saying you gotta show up to these ad hoc meetings, because that's gonna be the place where they're going to kind of whittle down and purge and say, we can't do this and we can't do that, and so I already know that what I'm for, it'll be some can't doers, right? So it would be important to have a presence there so that they understand. Because again, when I take this commissioner hat off, then I'm back in the street. And so it's just really, really important that you're able to make the point that it ain't just me who don't want this cut. Right. It's us that don't want this cut. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so that just becomes, so if you can recommend a specific timeline, that would be great. You can email me, whatever it is, so that way I can talk about that at the ad hoc meeting.
I just had one clarifying question that I don't think was answered. My question is, has everyone who's going to present on personnel been able to give the like, is this the last?
Everyone that's asked to present on personnel has presented, I believe.
Okay.
So who knows who's out there, who's still here?
But everyone who's asked for it.
Yeah.
So then I would say it's time to start the meeting confer. Everyone's had a chance to submit their recommendation.
And just some final comments for me, no questions, your recommendations are very clear and I really do appreciate it, but I think also, I think Commissioner Thomas, earlier you said, oh, like they presented in the past, and I'm in my head too, I'm like, you guys have come to every single committee meeting and have come to public comment, and so we hear you and we heard you at every single meeting, and so I think very naturally for me, I was like, I already know what the recommendations are because y'all come out every single committee meeting, and so I really do appreciate that. I think what we really wanted for this committee specifically is for the community to be heard. I feel like just really appreciate our rooms have been filled for every committee meeting for personnel and budget, and so really appreciative, but also giving us this official presentation as well has been really helpful. So thank you.
Can I have one more question? So I heard that the Saturday meeting is more likely to be 9 hours.
They're planning for a longer period of time.
But there is, but they're not, but there is a lunch break. They broke up the schedule so you can know what time.
Yeah, so, I can speak to that. Yeah, so, starting at 9:30 a.m., I will, it is an ad hoc meeting, so it's not the same Brown Act rules that say, how dictate how public comment goes. Chair Stein is gonna have a limited public comment, both in person and virtual at Saturday's meeting, it's at City Hall, so we can do that. And then, the first subject taken up is gonna be government structure. So that's like the city council size and city attorney, controller, stuff like that.
The priorities.
But it's just because it's the stuff that got queued up, got queued up.
Priority.
So is there a certain time that we should show up?
Sure, but I will, at 1 o'clock is the time, after lunch, we've time certain, which means roughly no earlier than 1 o'clock will be, the second part, which will be planning and infrastructure. So those are the two that will be held on this first Saturday. The second Saturday, which we are aiming for the 31st, we're almost sure that it's there. We're just trying to secure a location, so TBD. We can't do it at City Hall, it's too expensive. Long story short, it will be it looks like it will be personnel / budget, this committee work, and then better government committee's work, which is like a lot of the ethics stuff. So that is the general plan. Caveats across the place, like gotta get a location, all this kind of thing. So that's how it's looking. But Saturday's pretty long.
Respond specifically, the chair of the ad hoc is gonna limit public comment, but I think being there at 9:15 or so you're signed up for 9:30.
But he said he's going to give public comment at the different times.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be one public comment in the morning.
I thought.
No.
Yeah, it's just gonna be.
What's the time limit? Is that still on the agenda?
Did you just say 1 o'clock?
Yeah, but that's the second item is at 1 o'clock, but it's gonna be all public comment at the beginning.
I will be in contact with Brianna. She's a star, by the way.
She is a
and I will follow up with you about timing and
And so, but most certainly, on the 31st meeting, is it? See, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? And it's not anybody's fault. It's just the 31st, I think, would be.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Unless, the 31st would be the.
For this subject matter.
For this particular subject matter.
Yeah.
Thank you guys again. Thank you so much.
Keep an eye on our website. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much.
Chatsworth.
Mr. Thomas, this is my
You got it called more than once. He doesn't understand. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, send me the information anytime.
I'm waiting for it to turn off.
Yeah, get Justin phone.
You send us
All right, we are heading into our last presentation for this agenda item. Thank you so much for waiting. We're gonna queue up and then we can get started with it. And thank you so much for waiting.
Thank you so much. Thank you. One more. I'm gonna take it out of your pay. Yeah, please take it out of my pay.
All right.
We'll just give them a call.
Yeah.
360. Yeah, it's locked in. Good job.
Yes, you do. I'm happy to see you. Always fighting a good fight.
Did we get your card?
Good fight, majority or both?
No, he's just going to rush it really quick. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started. James will be right back.
Whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry, I don't have time to do that.
A little closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry, I didn't be.
Thank you, commissioners, for having me.
I'm prepping for the meeting on Saturday. I don't have any available time left. Sorry. Oh no, it's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm recording a meeting right now.
Very good. So, as referenced, you have received our letter back in November, and so really all I've done here in this deck that we have is sort of package it, hopefully maybe in a little bit easier format for discussion, and really going to focus on primarily 4 of the 6 recommendations that we move forward to this commission, and really of those 4, 3 that we think are of most importance. Now, I'll preface and say of these 4 that I'm going to talk about, these are actually recommendations that came from the city to us, LACers. So about every 5 years, the city conducts a management audit, and it's a joint audit conducted by the city council, the mayor, and the controller. And in that audit, and in years past, there has been sort of this pattern of identifying that there are certain charter provisions that are sort of in conflict with our fiduciary responsibility, which is also in the charter and part of the state constitution. And so we're sort of surfacing these and bringing these back forward as our board also supports these recommendations that we've received from the city's management audits. So if we go to the first slide as we are here, this is sort of the element, the standard by which we operate. And essentially what this means is we ultimately have one mission, and that is to our members. And that takes precedent over any other duty. We're a $27 billion fund. There's a very large amount of money. There's a significant amount of money that is going out every year to our members, and a significant amount of money that we need to earn in order to ensure that our members' benefits are being fully fulfilled, and that also we're relieving the burden on the city as much as possible in terms of the obligations that they have to paying our members. And so with that, there are a number of principles that were brought forward in these management audits, And so the four that we're really focused on here are the ones that we see are on this page 3, which is independent authority to select the general manager, authority over staff hiring and compensation, authority to retain legal counsel, and a relatively minor administrative matter of flexibility in board meeting frequency. And so, Commissioner Thomas, Todd Bowie, General Manager of Los Angeles City Employee Retirement System. Pleasure to meet you. And so we can kind of skip then now over to page 5. And so this is the first one, and we try to put them, we think, in the order that our board has suggested as what is most important. And first off, the ability to select their own general manager. And so as fiduciaries, they have the sole responsibility for running this plan. And that fiduciary responsibility rests with that board and myself. And that fiduciary responsibility does not necessarily extend to the city. The responsibility of the board and myself is one that is covered in the state constitution. We actually are liable for our actions, personally liable. And so it's very important to our board that we have the autonomy necessary to be able to exercise our authority in that manner. And so we just actually went through this process. So I was selected this past year as general manager, and I would say that the process was fine. We had no complaints at the end of the day. And obviously I don't have a complaint, but in terms of how that process works, as it stands, the board goes through, they select whoever they think is the best fit for the position, and then that is subject to mayor concurrence, ultimately approval of the council. And so while that process works and has worked, and I'm not aware of any past issues or circumstances related to it, it is one where we look forward and say, hey, is there a potential concern there down the line? Just because the process has worked now and worked well doesn't mean that it necessarily always will be. And so there is concern that there could be a time or circumstance where politics come into play in this process, and the concern about the ability of the board to hire a general manager that they see as best fit could be compromised in such a situation. And so in this, the board is asking for the authority to select their own chief executive, and this is very much par with other retirement systems throughout the state. And as indicated, it's a management audit recommendation for that very reason. If I can continue on here or take questions as you like. The next one, and this is very much related to, I think, what you've been hearing. And you heard a couple of very good presentations with, I think, very good ideas, and I think that Lacers would absolutely benefit from many or any of those changes that have been proposed already with regard to civil service. We are sort of echoing that in our capacity as well. We're a little bit more specific to us, but like I said, we would appreciate and benefit from changes that bring about positive opportunities for people to be able to be hired. We encounter a lot of the same problems that you've already heard, so I won't belabor it, in that we similarly, as a fiduciary, and the challenges of hiring through the civil service, and also some of the limitations around salaries, are a competitive disadvantage to our department. We also encounter a lot of issues with salary scale relative to water and power. We lost 15 people last calendar year to water and power, taking laterals over there because they pay significantly more for the exact same classification. And so even though we are somewhat autonomous from the city, we are subject to the same civil service rules. We have the same challenges hiring. We averaged a 10-11% hiring vacancy rate the past several years. Same issues with the lists, same issues with candidate quality, etc. And so we would definitely benefit and appreciate the board consideration of that, as you all have heard. The third item that we feel has some importance here is our ability to retain legal counsel. So again, this was a recommendation from the city's auditor, and this is also quite prevalent among other retirement systems in the state, where they have the ability to retain their own counsel. We work with the city attorney here. City attorney by charter is mandated to support us, and we cannot obtain or retain counsel without going through them. And while again, we have great representation from the council that we have, and we're not complaining about them, but there has been in the past issues that have come up, and I surfaced older report from Lacers talking about this very issue. The inability to get outside counsel, delays, lack of resources in the city attorney's office and support, and how that was impacting them at the time. And so again, while it works well now in the current situation, we don't know that it always will. We know that it hasn't always done so, and we know that there is foreseeable circumstances that could arise where we end up in conflict. Because we have to maintain our fiduciary independence, and as the city attorney is serving the city and the board. So that is another concern that we have that we think should be clarified and cleaned up in the charter to allow the ability for the pension plans to retain their own legal counsel. The fourth recommendation is sort of a relatively minor administrative item in my mind. But this also came out of management audits. It is unusual, our meeting cadence, twice a month. That's not typical, again, for retirement systems. One of our peer systems actually about a year ago did a poll of all the different systems in California, and I was the winner, apparently, having the most meetings. So it is, like I said, we worked through it. It's not a huge problem for us, but again, we bring this back as this was a recommendation that the city gave to us, and we are now bringing back as this is an opportunity for this type of change to happen. The remaining two items, these are really items that we would defer to the city. These are things that have come up in the past. Things that may have come up in the past relative to prior charter reform. They didn't end up going forward for probably various reasons, but nevertheless, in our research, we identified these items and thought it would be prudent to bring them back forward in the event that the city should want to reconsider these items. The first being regarding some clarification of language in the charter, and the second being transparency for pension ballot initiatives. Again, these are sort of legal matters as well, and so not really prepared to speak in depth to them, except the fact that they are here should the city be interested in pursuing those further. And so, in sum, that is our package. As I said, we feel most strongly about our ability to hire, our ability to have some autonomy, and certainly improvements relative to the civil service system being sort of first and foremost, and then ultimately also being able to retain counsel. And so with those types of changes, we feel that will greatly strengthen LACE's ability to govern itself and uphold our fiduciary principles.
Commissioner Bibb.
Yes, thank you very much. And as I said, when I got your letter months ago, I paid close attention because I'm in a public employee retirement system myself. And you know, I could ask you some detailed questions. And by the way, everyone wants to be able to hire their own legal counsel. Okay, I'm just saying.
You've heard that before.
But for some of this that has been, as you mentioned, comes out of management audits, some over 10 years ago, some more recent. I mean, is there major opposition to any of those that are particularly have already come forward out of an audit?
Well, that's an interesting question, and I'd say they've not gone anywhere. They've kind of stayed with us and rested with us, but we don't have the ability to make these changes. Right. And so we felt that this was an opportunity to bring them forward But as you know, it's Lacer's bringing them forward, and we do agree with the recommendations of the city. Whether or not the city would agree with these recommendations still is harder to say. I will preface that the latest audit was under a completely different set of elected officials.
Okay, I just think, you know, it's part of our process to be prepared for who's gonna tear apart something we recommend. And I just wanna say for myself, I think it's a complete slam dunk. I hope there's no opposition to you setting your own meeting schedule. I just think that's, you know, come on, it's 2026. I think the hiring of the
Council doesn't have that.
What's that?
Council doesn't have that.
No, I know that, we wanna change that too, right? I mean, it's all this antiquated nonsense. I like the idea that you would hire, your board would hire your own ED or whatever you guys call it. I worry about compensation level. I mean, I don't know, are you folks, do you get general fund money for your operations?
Not for operations. The city contributes though to employee benefits on an annual basis.
Okay, but it's like a match with the employee putting in and the city.
The employee puts in a portion of their income, so it's about 10 or 11% that they're contributing. And then the city puts in according to actuarial evaluations. And so the city's putting in more along the lines of a 33% match.
Wow, okay, no wonder we keep hearing that it's a great pension plan to work for the city. Anyway, I mean, I think most of this, it makes sense, and I think we should pass it along, you know, and at some point, I don't know how it's gonna happen with the ad hoc committee and then the full commission, you know, but I think for the most part, what you're proposing, except for this big issue that's bigger than Lacer's about the city attorney and outside counsel, I mean, I think that's gotta be dealt with, that other committee that's dealing with changes in the city attorney. I don't know if you've been keeping up.
No, I was not aware.
Oh, yeah, no, there's some talk of this charter thing changing the role of the city attorney and splitting it into two. I don't know. It's stuff for you to keep an eye on.
Thank you.
But yeah, I would just say in general, it seems pretty logical, and I hope we keep track of it. We do have it, by the way. I think some of it is in, is it some of it in our chart? The Lacer stuff?
I would say just the additional two that you added on, is not in
They're not in our
staff
material
report, but then the initial for it is on here, we received our letters prior.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, question, so.
In the back.
Oh, right. So, police pensions, are they covered? Do you manage those or no?
They are not. They're separately managed by a separate retirement system, the Los Angeles Fire Police Pension System. So we are only essentially for primarily civilian employees.
Is there?
Not including water and power. They also
So just for sake of saying, who do you think is more efficient? Or like, are there, what's the, I know you don't want to say, you don't have to answer it that way. No, how do you think that some of your practices, for example, if someone gets fired for robbing a bank or whatever, they rob a bank, whatever crime, do they still have access to their pensions?
Yes,
in your
they were vested, yeah.
They were vested, okay.
There's law, there's court cases, Supreme Court cases on that, that if you've paid
into it,
you have a legal right to it.
So this is what, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you for your time. Really
Thank you.
appreciate you making it out and speaking with us.
Appreciate your support.
All right, can I entertain a motion to receive and file the presentations for today?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Seeing that there's no objection, and no discussion, the receive and file motion has been received. We're gonna move on to agenda item number 2, and so this is the staff report Executive Director, can you read it?
Sure, let me just read the item number 2 into the, and I'll just, well, actually, let me read first. Discussion relative to potential personnel and budget-related charter amendments, including, but not limited to, issues related to budget process, periodic charter review, police reform, lacers, and possible action regarding related report back requests and related matters. Again, yes, we did have several presentations today that not all of which are reflected in the staff report just because they were trickling in the days. We will be updating it, and even though this particular committee as it is now the last committee to be to wind down today, these things are still going to move forward, and we're just working on timing and everything for them. Yeah.
Okay, right there.
Yeah, for clarification, so it's almost 5:20. This
Yeah.
meeting goes till 6. I do not think we are going to be able to make actual recommendations on the, however, like dozens of items in the current staff report, again, which doesn't include some of the newer presentations today. I want to know what happens if we only finish part of it, there's no more committee meeting. I guess, honest to God, I'm asking if this committee needs to meet again between the 17th and the 31st, since our stuff isn't going to ad hoc till the 31st.
Well, there's two things. I think there's another option in that, if this meeting doesn't have to end 6 first, I'll stop there.
We have the room.
We have the room longer. Doesn't need to go to 8. But you have the option to send as much or send as little as you want forward, and we'll get through this process and see how much we get through. And then the last piece I'll note is that the motion that created the ad hoc committee specified that all committees will, at the latest, be dissolved tomorrow. So it'd have to be reformed. But again, I think this, there's opportunities to bring this, again, to the full commission. There are going to be a lot more meetings. I think the chair flagged that there's going to be a starting cadence of 2 meetings a week in February. So there's going to be a lot of meetings that we're going to have a lot more discussion. Not a whole lot more presentations, because I think this commission has gotten the most amount of new information that they and staff can handle, absolutely. And there's only so much runway left, but there's a lot of time to deliberate that, if not at the committee, then at the full commission. And I think those are going to be great discussions, and I'm looking forward to them.
I'll just add, it's also up to your guys' discretion on how you want to deliberate on it. So, you could carry them all forward with the exception of certain ones that you flag, or certain ones you want to amend, or you could, just pick the ones you want to carry forward. So we don't necessarily have to go through them methodically one by one.
You mean we could theoretically say that we want everything in this report, and I don't know the total, I know there's
Unless you have something that you hate.
Right, and just say, let it all go forward to the ad hoc, and let them have more meetings than.
Let it all write on red if you want to.
Let it all.
He got me. Oh, we just have to find that override. I think there's, let's see, which switch is going to be the override?
Oh, there.
There.
Just sort of like some behind the scenes context. So, basically we're tracking all of these reforms. And we are, so many of them have been amended or changed. And so we're basically carrying, marking that amendment or change that will be carried over and sort of when that change occurred. So, if you can carry them all over, for example, with no change, the recommendation will stay the same it is now, right?
Oh, the recommendation, you're talking about the part where it's like these pages, I know that not everybody here has this, but where we see a chart, a grid, where it's like, this is the recommendation of DWP, LAWA, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, so we sort of have a different matrix that we're going to be sharing soon.
And honestly, I think, you know, some of the budget stuff, I think there's a lot of agreement here and can go fast. I think commissioners definitely want to talk a lot about police reform, and I think this is a great opportunity for the commission to have that first opportunity to talk about that.
I say we go for it and try to get as much as we can. I think collectively, I think we want to spend a lot of time talking about budget, police reform, and recurring charter reform. And so I think I might just to do some housekeeping.
Go for it.
And I feel like we kind of already did this, but I would just like to make a motion to just move up the presentations that we had today, plus including lasers, because they added 2 more things, to just move up to ad hoc. So
Meaning we won't, because we.
we're just not gonna discuss.
So all of that is going anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think additionally.
Okay, so but if you want to make a motion to just
for
send
the
all
record.
those recommendations, yeah, absolutely. So Brianna's going to type that out, make
Okay,
sure we have it.
So, and I can repeat it again.
Yes, perfect.
So I'd like to entertain a motion to include all the recommendations that we received today on January 15th. And that includes, and I think it's helpful is it helpful for me to read out all the presentations? I can just say all the presentations, including lasers, because they added 2 more new recommendations to move forward to transmit that to ad hoc committee.
I don't know if I'm seconding or making it, but yes.
All right.
I'll second it.
So you said, including lasers additional 2 recommendations.
Yes.
To be transmitted to ad hoc.
Yes.
Everything we heard today.
Perfect. Is
Okay,
there
so
any
who's
discussion?
the maker? So I hear Commissioner Mack is the maker and Commissioner Thomas is the second, or Commissioner Field? Okay, Commissioner Field is the second.
Great. Is there any discussion? No. Okay, seeing none, then motion passes, or yes, motion passes, and then we can go on with the bulk of the staff report.
Perfect.
And I do know there is a couple of revised or edits that the staff made, and so do we want to spend some time going over those new adjustments?
Yeah, okay. We'll run through them.
Perfect.
I do want to do like section by
Hold
section.
on, get closer to the mic.
Did you want to do like section by section updates or like all in?
I would just run through all of the updates right now, and then we'll, without questions, we'll run through them, and then we'll take questions at the end.
Whenever you're ready.
I didn't get an ID.
Great non sequitur. Didn't we get you an ID?
No, I need an ID because I could have came. I was so mad because I had to walk all the way around. I could have came to the other door. You have an ID.
We'll check on that.
Thank you.
I think we just needed to get a picture at some point. I don't know where that left off. We'll find out. We'll talk about that afterwards.
Can you just take one and just?
Yeah, that's what we've done, literally.
Let's do that
Mona,
afterwards.
I took her picture.
Okay.
Whenever staff is ready.
So the first update was to, number 1, to develop a 2-year operating budget. So there was a request to include what we heard from the New York City, their whole presentation that we heard on the 3rd. And so we went back and included that into the staff report. And then there was also a request to discuss what Oakland is doing in terms of their 2-year budget. And so we included that as well.
So you're just telling us like additional information, not actual changes in, okay.
Yeah, so so the updates are basically like answering the questions that we got on the 16th.
I'd like to, I'm sorry. I thought maybe it'd be better for my brain if we actually go through the budget things and say yes or no. You said some of it's simple, I think you're right. And do that before you confuse me with all the other things.
However the commissioners would like to proceed. Madam Chair.
If that is an agreement, if you're okay with that, Commissioner Thomas, we can go through each of them. Or maybe we can do it by section, and then Brianna, if there's any revised edits that you made to, let's say, like, for example, budget process is the first section. You can tell us the edits that you made and the additional research that you did. We should do it in groups.
Was that it for the budget?
Oh, for the budget, the next one was an update to the increased timeline for considering the mayor's proposed budget and require departments to publicly present initial budget proposals to the Budget and Finance Committee prior to submission to the mayor. In this section, we also included things that we heard from the New York City presentation. And then on adopt a community-driven and city-supported participatory budget process, we provided examples of different cities like New York City, Chicago, Detroit, Oakland, that do have a community-driven and city-supported participatory budget process and how they do that. And then also there was a request to discuss how the people's budget is basically already doing this work in Los Angeles and how that could potentially be used within the city. So that's the last paragraph that was added in that section on page 16 of your packet. And then that's all for that section.
Okay. Let's start with discussion. Commissioner Fu?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna just say, I don't actually agree with, like, some of them have two parts, so I agree with one and not the other. But I'm thinking in the service of simplicity, since we've been given permission, I would just suggest we send items 1 through 7 to the ad hoc, unless somebody here, one of the other committee members thinks that we should delete any of them.
So what is this return to previous council practice for deliberating and voting on the budget?
It's described in here.
It's on a page, just page 13.
I think if I remember what it said, maybe the staff is better at the details, but it had to do with whether it first goes through their budget committee or goes to the full council. Does that sound right for you?
Yeah, so before COVID, there was a different process in terms of how the council like deliberated and voted on budget related items. And since this one is mainly focusing on like the, I could just read it because I'm trying to, it's like a short paragraph. Allow amendments with budget impacts to be voted on at full council rather than automatically sending those amendments to the council's Budget and Finance Committee. Advocates say that since COVID, council's practice has shifted to refer any budget-related amendments to be heard and deliberated on to the Budget and Finance Committee first, rather than hearing that amendment directly in the full council. They suggest that this practice unduly elevates the power of the council president and the members of the Budget and Finance Committee by requiring other council members to rely on those colleagues to have their items heard and incorporated.
I agree with that. Okay.
Yeah, and just, and the background is, again, to the point on changes during COVID, it could change again no matter, depending on who's council president. It's just simply not in the charter and can be done so by ordinance. So this would be adding charter language.
Oh.
Commissioner Fu?
Yeah, no, and I want to speak to that because I've been trying to do this in an organized way. It's not working. You know, I think about half of these are doable without the charter. The question is, and I think we should let the ad hoc committee talk about it, is whether it should be in the charter or not. For example, number 4 doesn't require charter action. Number 5 does not, it can be done through ordinance and other, who knows what the city council does. And so I do think the ad hoc committee, if they get all these, are gonna have to do some thinking. And by the way, I did realize, and Commissioner Thomas, I would hope with the political science background would agree, I'm not sure the point of increasing the threshold needed to override the mayor. I guess the idea is give the council more power, but the 2/3 requirement is standard in our state and in most government systems. So I think number 6, for me personally, I don't like it. But anyway, that's just me. I don't think we should have a veto override that's different than most other American agencies or government systems.
I agree with that too, but I wonder, is that taking into consideration the possibility of expansion? But we can't make that decision.
Yes and no. Obviously, if it, it's 2/3 now, so 2/3 of 15 is 10. If it becomes, I'll just throw out an easy number because I'm bad at math. If it becomes 30, well, it's gonna be 20. So that's how that would impact.
And I was going to say, I think it is, my understanding is the opposite because it's increasing the threshold. So it's saying, so right now standard is 2/3, but the increasing will be 3/4, which means that you're moving away from a stronger.
It's a stronger mayor system if you would
Yeah.
increase the threshold.
Yeah.
To be clear, and that
Because it makes it harder for council.
And this is proposed by Fair
So
Rock.
I'm hitting my sell by date.
So I think just that clarification, but I think it's, my understanding is that 2/3 is standard.
Right.
And between 2/3 and 3/4 is maybe an extra vote or two, depending on what number the council size is.
But couldn't we do it by percentage, like what's 2/3? Somebody? No.
75%.
That's what?
No, sorry, 66%, 66.
So why don't we just say 66%?
Oh my God, you're gonna give everyone nosebleeds.
No, 2/3 is the standard.
Well, what I'm saying is that you can, because what I'm saying is that if you do a percentage, it doesn't matter, well, I guess,
No,
it
it's the
doesn't.
same difference.
It's the same, it doesn't
Same
matter how.
difference, if there's 21, the threshold.
I will quit if we get into
2/3 is
math, I
14.
promise you, I will just leave.
Same
I can't do
difference.
math.
So if it's, but we don't yet know how many it is.
Yeah.
Right, but if the standard remains 2/3, that'll apply to whatever size council there is.
Yes. I just like percentages.
And I'm recommending that we drop 6,
Yes.
that we don't send it to the ad hoc.
I agree.
I'll be okay.
Okay, so can you, Madam Commissioner, if you can make a motion that, I think it sounds like you're gonna send 1 through 7 minus number 6. Can you make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Laura's gonna make that motion. Do you need it to be read out one more time? Or is that too quick? Laura, can you make that
Well,
motion?
I think Justin summed it up.
Yeah,
That-
motion to, send to ad hoc committee items 1 through 7, except for number 6,
Under budget process.
under budget.
And then motion made by Commissioner Field, Commissioner Mack will second that. I'm just gonna open the floor for discussion if there's any more comments we want to have. I think this is more of like, less of a recommend, or maybe this is for staff, and maybe I'm just brainstorming. But I think the way that I've been thinking about this section is, to me, when I'm reading through these reforms, these menu items, to me, it's a combination of, like, we're talking about budget transparency and accountability and checks and balance of budget process. That's part one. Like, I'm just trying to do groups right now. That's one group. The second group I'm seeing is improve public engagement and city department engagement around city budget process, right? And improving accessibility. So I think I'm just naming things right now for staff to take notes, but that's the way I see potentially we could group these budget reforms if it continues on.
I think that will be helpful, let's say
Next
down the
step.
line. Yeah, in a future step. Yeah. I don't think that's a step that needs to be taken now.
Yeah, but I think I'm just saying it out loud.
Or is there an override
That's where my mind
switch?
is at. Yeah.
Yeah, it helps.
Where's the override?
And maybe, Commissioner Thomas, because you're on ad hoc, maybe that allows for some framing or, just some dialogue in terms, like, I think there is value in strengthening the budget process in terms of accountability and transparency. I think those are all things that are reflected in these recommendations, but then also the added of increasing and improving public engagement with city budget processing. I think those are two main things I'm seeing in this section. So I think I'm just mainly just having the conversation and the dialogue, but wanted to share those are my thoughts were.
And like Brianna, so you have already added the kind of the supporting materials, right? Okay.
All right. Do we need to do a roll call for these?
You can either just say without objection.
All right, is there any objection to this motion?
No.
All right, seeing none, it passes.
Perfect.
We're gonna go on to the next one, which is the periodic charter review.
I we move that forward with a 10-year periodic charter review.
And then staff, can you go over the additional comments that you added into the staff report?
Yeah.
So there was a question regarding how it could look with the periodic charter review nearing the elections. And so it was added in that currently within the municipal code, that was taken into account, with it saying that it should be established, that the charter review commission shall be established no less than every 10 years. Appointments to the commission shall be made no later than every year ending in the number 4, so that the commission may develop charter proposals in time to be submitted to the voters at an election held in a year ending in the number 6. And then we also added examples from Honolulu And then also, there was a question about how to document the recommendations and the reforms that don't go forward to the council. That one we also use an example of Honolulu and how they have it all listed on their website. That they have a whole like charter record database that lives on their established website that records past proposals, commission information, past recommendations addressed and unaddressed, and then final reports that are sent to the commission so that future commissions can see what has been done and what hasn't been touched, so that they can then take it up during their review process. And then also, it was added about how Rewrite LA is already doing civic assemblies, and so potentially the city could just continue the agreement that they have with organizations such as Rewrite LA or others to conduct civic assemblies for the charter review process going forward as well.
Okay, I hear a motion on the table by Commissioner Field to move forth with this recommendation. And correct me, Commissioner Field, what was the additional?
Because we've heard several theories, I believe that what the council's already made into an ordinance is a 10-year. And I didn't really follow all those years you were just saying, but it seems to me at some point in testimony, what we heard was redistricting is gonna happen after the even year, the 0 year, and charter reform should happen in the mid-decade, like 2035, forming a new commission and whatever you said about going to the ballot in 2036. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm getting near my sell-by date here. I'm not being as coherent as I'd like, but I think the 10-year period, and I think, the ad hoc can clean it up. That's so much.
All right, so there's a motion on the table by Commissioner Field to move forth with add a periodic charter review to the charter with the language of at least once every 10 years. I will second that. Is there further discussion? Okay. Is there any objection with this motion? All right, the motion passed. We're gonna move on to the next thing. I believe.
It's LA City Charter, retirement system. Well, we already said.
Yeah, we
see who's going
that.
forward.
So the next is police reform.
Police reform.
Yeah, right. You can skip this. That's what we said. Okay, do we want to do corrections and additions first?
Let's do that,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So there was quite a bit of additions for this one. So for the additions, for the first one, we added language. We were saying that we're not necessarily doing language, but I just wanted to include it so that we didn't forget that language was proposed. So for number one, it just includes that Commissioner Field proposed adding the language that does not involve public safety to the end of the last sentence in the Ground Game LA, Catalyst California, and other groups that submitted their letter jointly. They proposed some language, and so she proposed to add that language to the end of their proposed language.
I'd just like to explain, I of course support the concept here completely of not giving pretextual stops. The only safety thing I keep imagining is, what if you're driving behind someone and both of their brake lights don't work? Now that's a safety issue, I think. And I feel like that might be okay to have someone stop and say, hey, your brake lights. I understand, don't tell me, I know already that in certain communities that could be the beginning of a complete disaster and a tragedy. I just feel like that's a specific safety thing that still people ought to be pulled over for. I don't want to drive behind someone who doesn't have any brake lights.
As a former Department of Transportation official in charge of safety, I appreciate that. That's all I'll say. And I'll
Well, I don't know.
Well,
but I understand that what Commissioner Thomas is about to say is
already
probably
know
right on the mark.
First of all, pretextual stops have always been unconstitutional, or should have been. That, because that is the way that they racially profile. If they would only stop you and tell you that your lights are out, but they don't do that. And so, and I think I think when we talk about police reform, I think we need to change the language and talk about police accountability. Because the problem is that when they do these pretextual stops and they go wrong, there's no discipline. Nothing happens. You know, nothing happens. And so, as a police officer, it's important to understand that every stop that a police officer makes is potentially one that could take his or her life. So I think there's a way that people think that pretextual stops are just simply about people being stopped. No, the protections are for both the private citizens who end up getting their cars searched, but they're also for the police officers who things escalate and then maybe somebody that you stopped had a gun. You know, and just because they had a gun doesn't mean that they want to do anything. But when you escalate it in the way that it often happens, you know, people who have firearms are more likely to use them than people who don't have them. And so, and there's a certain, you know, so I think consistent with constitutional emphasis, we need to move pretextual stops forward. You know, because I don't think that I don't think police officers should be out here, you know, concerning themselves with people who are riding their bikes the wrong way, who don't have the proper lighting in terms of, you know, and even though it is a risk to their lives, but the reality is that the last person who was riding their bike the wrong way was killed by the police. And so the pretextual stops are as dangerous as riding with your taillights out.
I'm
So
gonna
that's-
just drop my suggestion. I recommend we send items on police reform 1 through 10 to ad hoc and 12 and 13. I'm dropping 11. I don't think it's kind of gonna go anywhere.
So that's a motion that would need a second, then you can have discussion.
Well, we gotta have a discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a motion.
That's a motion that would need a second in
To
order
have
for
a
discussion.
discussion.
I can't second that motion.
You can commissioners can second and vote against things. You can even make the motion and vote against your own motion.
Well, yeah,
Not always,
okay.
I don't recommend
Okay,
it.
So in that sense, you know, I will second. But we need to have discussion.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. We're now in discussion.
People, well, I want to put two things in. So Brianna, if you could, there is, when we talk about defunding the police, what it means is cutting the fat and moving those dollars to programs that really do stop crime, not just reduce crime, but stop crime. And so it makes no sense that LAPD they get an increase every single year. Not only that, but then they turn around and when they commit misconduct and they're sued and they lose, they get more money. And so it just doesn't make sense. I don't think anybody should have a job who ain't doing their job.
You know what, I wanna give you a solution to this dilemma. How about rewording it? I like the content, I don't like the title. So instead of defund the police, why don't we call this section restructuring police budget in favor of community service?
Oh, no problem. And I think that the defund the police staff Y'all know how controversial that is. But nobody has a problem with Trump defunding everything. He's defunded everything.
No, he is super funded ICE, sir.
No, I'm saying but my point is that defunding the police, according to Barack Obama, was a snappy slogan. Donald Trump has defunded everything except what he's wanted to fund.
So can we make sure that we, so it sounds like she's gonna amend her motion.
Yes.
I'm amending the motion to include item 11, but retitle it to restructure police budget to increase, what, public service, community programs?
I would say, I mean, I think I would say, you said, because basically what it is that it is saying, it is acknowledging the fact that more police funding does not equate to less crime. It does not.
Right. So
And every year, and that's what, and it's very important that we figure out how to say this appropriately, because what we get is, and then we get elected officials who need police funding from the Police Protective League, like our current mayor, which equates to more funding for police. And so you have elected officials who have to be nice or play nice with police, even though they understand how problematic policing is in the city. And so we need to find a way to free them from that. And so what I would say is police budgets would never exceed, and maybe we talk about a certain percentage, because I like percentages. Money going to poverty reduction programs like youth jobs programs, youth training programs, like all of the things that we've heard in terms of what is needed. That money, and I would say specifically, the money that is paid out because of police misconduct, because that is a part of one of these reforms too, that they're saying that we should not, that officers, where is it?
Well, number 8 is about
Number 8.
legal settlements.
Yes, that legal.
I think we have to, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I'm gonna leave soon, so I wanna get through this if we can. I think the fact is, the charter is not gonna go into that level of detail, and we see the harm that comes when the charter says the manager of the airport can only spend 150 grand without going to the council. I just feel like if we, for today, remember, it's going to the ad hoc and you're gonna be there, if we just say restructure police budget to divert, or whatever you call it, realign, I don't know the word, more spending to community services. If you want to say poverty reduction, that's fine with me, but just keep it general, because it's all going to come through the ad hoc for the
restructure police budget.
Yeah.
So that more funds can be diverted to poverty reduction.
I accept the amendment to my amendment. I hope you're writing this too.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're having trouble.
I think we're gonna reread it though, just to make
Yes,
sure
yes.
Both motion and second are happening.
So the original motion was a motion to send the section under police reform items 1 through 10 and items 12 to 14, disposing of item 11.
Well, we're gonna get, we're not gonna,
Yeah, and then I was gonna say,
perfect.
the amendment is to include item 11 in the list to move forward and to change the title to restructure police budget so that more funds can be diverted to poverty reduction.
Does that sound right?
Beautiful.
Restructure police budget.
You want to read the last part again?
Okay, restructure police budget so that more funds can be diverted to poverty reduction.
That gives your ad hoc committee something to work with.
But they don't want to work with it anyway.
I mean, whatever you pass today can be fleshed out more, not only at the ad hoc, but at subsequent meetings. And we'll also be doing additional research to flesh out more, find more examples, because you're creating stuff here that we obviously haven't researched yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll just
can we
add, I
put
mean, all of this
reduce-
stuff.
Reduce crime, 'cause I don't know if this would work as a title. Crime reduction by restructuring police budget and diverting funds towards poverty reduction programs.
I don't know how that is charter language though.
It may not be title language.
Okay,
That's what
but
I'm
if you
asking.
want us to call it that section, we'll call it that.
Yes.
section.
Yeah,
If you want
yeah,
us
that's what I'm
to
saying.
call it a ham sandwich, we will
Yeah,
call it a
I
ham
just,
sandwich.
the thing is that I just know that when people see defund the police, they don't even know, they try to act like they don't know what that is.
You're trying to better define it.
Yeah,
No,
You're trying to give
I'm
it-
trying to deal with fake ignorance, is what I'm trying to deal with.
well.
Because I think they know.
Okay,
Because I
maybe
think they
differently
know.
defined.
Plenty of ignorance trying to push this
Differently
through,
defined.
so
I
find the
know.
name that's more
Right,
appealing.
right. So yeah. So because I think, and because we've done this, and you know, and I'm hoping that, Brianna, I'm hoping that when it comes to this section, that it's lifted up, that we've done this. This has happened in the city of Los Angeles. And that the voters have said that this is what they wanted. I think over 60% of them said, and not with the People's Budget LA, but in an election. You know, and so, I mean, it was, so that would have been with Students Deserve in terms of what happened with school policing, and now we have the Black Student Achievement Program. And measure, was one of the measures, was it Measure J?
Yes, I like him.
Yeah, it was, I think it was Measure J.
Yeah.
Was within the context of the defund the police. Yeah, and so I would also add, now there is, in terms of giving the city council, I saw it someplace, let's see, where the city council has like number 10. Give the mayor and city council more direct power over LAPD, potentially equal to or greater than the police commission, with the right, I'd like to add.
Closer to the mic.
With the right to override the civilian commission, both of them. So in other words, city council should be able to fire police officers should they be, should neither of the commissions demand it.
You're
The
looking at
city
number
council,
9.
that's number
So-
9, that's number 9.
I'll
They should
just
have
say
brought
that the city council, I want to phrase that better, because city council wouldn't fire anyone, doesn't fire, I think you're looking for a way to override.
I'm looking for, what I'm saying is that I'm looking away for
Yeah,
a way
I don't want to say
override.
city council fires, because
Yeah. Oh,
they
that's
don't,
fine.
they won't want to,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's legally.
I want them to override,
Yeah.
and I would like for you to use as an example Camden, New Jersey. In Camden, New Jersey, the mayor canceled the policing contract, and they all had to be rehired. Now Camden, it was a place, I like to categorize like this. Camden was so rough that if you looked in the direction of the city, you would rob yourself. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it was. And so what the mayor did was they canceled the police department, and then they had to reapply. Half of the officers could not qualify to reapply because their personnel files were just horrific in terms of the things that had been done. So nobody looked at their personnel files. And so today, crime, as a result of that action, crime dropped 73%. And it is at a 55-year low. And so if we're really talking about reducing crime, we have to deal squarely with police accountability. And so I just like to add, I know you gotta go, but we have to deal squarely with police accountability. And so I want that to be considered, that for you to use that as context. I'd also, just as an aside, and this is
We haven't voted on the, I hope we could get Commissioner Field to lead, to say for just to vote on the item.
Okay, I'm really hitting myself.
Okay,
by that.
so I think if Commissioner Thomas, if you have, background you wanna give?
That's
that could be
background, yes.
separate.
So
Okay.
let's vote on it, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're voting on 1 through 13.
One more time, Brianna, read the final version of the motion.
Yeah.
One more time.
Adding what Justin said in terms of the ability to override both commissions.
Yeah, let's make sure we get that right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's have
Yeah.
staff read out.
Let's read the final before Mona leaves.
Okay, so, motion to send under police reform items 1 through 14, changing item number 11 in the list to crime reduction by restructuring police budget and diverting funds to poverty reduction, and then, adding in the title for number 10, with the right to override both commissions.
Yes, I think that gets to what you
And then
need.
just
Okay.
Double checking that it's 1 to 13.
13, okay.
And can we just change the category from police reform to police accountability?
Is that amendment on the table?
It's not, I mean, it's not really gonna be relevant, I mean, these are all basically.
If he wants the report to reflect that, that's
Yeah,
fine.
we can do the report.
We'll change that.
I told him because it's the same thing as defund the police.
Yeah, I hear you. We'll change that in the report as well.
All right.
I like defund
Staff, do
police.
we have that reflected in our motion on the table?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanna, so all this stuff, I mean, it's gonna have to be charter language.
Right.
That we're gonna send to the voters, so, it's gonna have to be, precise and specific, and just for an example, like, last Saturday, we had planning and infrastructure. So Commissioner Schlageter brought a motion, that was charter language.
Max, I want Mona to vote before she leaves.
Okay.
Yes, I'm hitting it.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a roll call for this one. Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
myself, Commissioner Mack, yes. Motion passes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Field. Get home
You guys
safe.
can handle AI and personnel on their own. I favor the whole personnel thing.
For the record, yes, Commissioner Field says she favors everything, although she won't be able to vote. All right,
Okay,
moving on.
going
We're
into
gonna
AI.
try to get that light back on.
Yeah.
It's being finicky.
There might be a button.
Yeah, it might be another override outside. Try that one also. And it's only part of it. Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right, we're going into AI section now. I see there's a couple of new revisement to the section in terms of just research out.
So for AI procurement, there was quite a bit added. So for number 1, the gist of it was added that the city's information technology agency department released its digital code of ethics that describes their digital principles, claiming the technology they provide to the public, such as apps, websites, and portals, will not be instruments for unauthorized surveillance. And then they discuss specifically facial recognition technology, where they define it as safe software that detects, analyzes, and compares facial features to identify individuals. And then they acknowledge a list of challenges with this type of technology, and then say to address this, they have a list of things such as they have to get approval from the city attorney before use. They must test in real world conditions against industry standards. They must evaluate the tech for specific authorized use. The tech must meet specific use needs before purchasing. The city must explore non-facial recognition options first, and they must provide clear public notification. They then must audit the tech every 2 years to assess data protections, verify proper use, and et cetera, and it must abide by the LA Information Security Policy. That's just for number 1.
Okay, and so that is with the city only, or is that people who do business in the city? Does that apply? And the reason I say that is because you all may not know this, but many of these high-end retail stores, when you go into them and you see those little cameras, they're doing face recognition and background checks on you, just because you're in the store. And so I know this because, well, I won't tell you how I know it,
It would help, but.
There's a lawsuit anyway. But so is there? Can we make it apply to people who like?
I mean, I don't know if the charter can apply to regular businesses like that. I hear what you're saying.
Well, but could we make it illegal? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, I don't know how we could do it, but it should be illegal. You should
Well,
not.
that could be done by ordinance, yeah, outlining, absolutely. I don't know if like there's precedent for charters to do how businesses.
Because currently, the way that they're getting around it is, let me see if I can remember how they get around. They're getting around it because, for example, the Office of Civil Rights finds the practice definitely to be problematic. But the issue is the Office of Civil Rights can only sue up to a particular threshold. And so it is, and these things should be able to be handled under discrimination laws. But the problem is that many of these high-end stores, particularly in cities like Beverly Hills, which you don't have. That's how they get around it. They have relationships with police. And so if they're doing this in Beverly Hills, they're doing this other places too. And so
the answer is I don't know. That's something that we could talk about and find out more and find a way. But for right now, I don't think it necessarily fits into here. Okay. But that's something that could be approached in a different approach.
I just want people to know that they're doing that. So when you go into
the
stores,
I mean, we can add it and look into it. I mean, it's we have restrictions on FAR in the charter. I mean, there's lots of things pertaining to. I would say that would be around planning and land use to some extent, so.
Yeah.
I would think the city would just find it problematic. Especially if they're not. It's different if they are monitoring.
Yeah, I'm gonna caveat in that, to regulate businesses isn't in the purview of this committee nor this agenda item, so that could be the only Brown Act problem here. Okay. But if you wanted to say, and cities that do business with the city in procurement can't use, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I think you're looking for, and we could do here today within this item number 2.
That's what I'm looking for, because again,
so if you want to make a motion to maybe approve items with the addition of including businesses that do work with the city, have business with the city, be included in be included in in this AI approach, or in these AI standards. There we go, AI standards. We'll have, I think Brianna's typing that out, so let's give her a second, and then we'll read it out and see if that reflects the will of the commissioners.
Because if nothing else, it gives a private citizen who's suing who's suing because of that, it gives them some foundation, because they're like, well, the city of LA doesn't allow it. So it's illegal. I know.
Yeah. I think, this business is contracting with the city of LA, and the city of LA says you can't use AI like this. Why are you using AI like this? Right. That's what I think you're trying to say. Yeah. All right, Brianna, do we have language?
So I have a motion to approve artificial intelligent procurement number 1 to include.
We could bunch them together though. We could bunch them all together, I think.
Because I know for
1 through 3.
number 2.
1 through 3.
I know for number 2. Okay, yeah. 1 through 3.
Yeah, 1 through 3, because I think it would apply to companies doing business with the city. We want to ensure job protections. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 1 through 3, and then.
I will second it. And
let's make sure we have the language right. Do you want to finish the sentence?
Okay, so I have motions to approve items with 1 through 3 within the artificial intelligence procurement section, to include businesses that do work with the city be included in the AI standards within the city's ITA's digital code of ethics. So it's like,
Does that work?
Yes.
So that's a motion by,
Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Mack will second that. I'm gonna open up the floor for discussion. Because I think right now we're looking at this whole section being moved forward, is my understanding is what the motion is on the table.
Yeah.
I think I agree with all of that. I actually was thinking, and maybe this is amendment, but I think I'm just trying to solve for the idea that AI is obviously here and is being used and is something that is evolving. So I think, I think it goes beyond our conversations here in charter reform. And I think, not sure how AI is going to look like a year from now,
Oh,
even
God, 6 months from now.
6 months from now. And so I don't know if this is like a recommendation to put it as a additional, like maybe a number 4 on here, to send to AHOC, but I think exploring what AI and Emerging Technology Advisory Commission could look like within
Sure,
the City Information Technology Agency.
I think I would say approve 1 through 3 and then do a separate motion.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I'm gonna,
Call the question on numbers 1 through 3.
the motion on the table, is to put forward, well, this is Commissioner Thomas' motion. Gonna close discussion. Gonna see if there's any objection. Seeing none, that motion passes. And then I'm gonna now
Perfect.
entertain a motion, for us to consider recommending, let's say a AI procurement number 4 for this section, to recommend establishing a commission that is related to artificial intelligence and emerging technology advisory commission. Maybe that is.
Is this a charter commission or is this a non-charter commission?
To be charter commission.
Yeah, because if you're putting this in the charter reform, just want to say that you're making a charter
I see
commission.
what you mean.
Yeah,
But I think.
which you can, you absolutely
But
can. I just want to make sure
I'm
that.
open to that discussion.
Yeah.
I think what my motion is for that to be considered into AHOC. And so whether it is going to be an ordinance or a charter reform, I think the discussion of a commission generally to adapt to the evolving AI in our city and the way that our city is using it. I think I'm just trying to figure out that piece.
Yeah.
How it could be phrased so that it could be a further discussion for our charter reform cycle to discuss.
And there's also other commissions that are in the charter, so.
Hmm?
There's other commissions that are
In the
memorialized in the charter.
Yeah,
so
I
we're
think
gonna
it
make
needs to be, because what we're hearing, the whole conversation that we've heard from all these folks that work for the city is we're behind on technology.
Yeah.
And so nobody's like focused on, having that.
Having run a commission, I don't know if a commission's the right place to tackle AI because commissions move at a certain pace and AI is moving much faster. That's my only 2 cents.
And I like AI, so I'm not against AI.
oh, I did also.
AI likes you.
We really like.
I mean, your classes are using AI, I'm guessing.
Yes, they are, and I'm
Brandon,
recording
you have-
everything you're saying. No.
Brianna, do you have a couple of comments?
Oh, yeah, I did want to say, if we do put that, we should clarify that, we'll clarify if it is separate from the cities. They do, their information technology agency does have a, information technology policy committee that annually reviews their code of ethics.
But a committee that's not a commission.
Yeah, so I'm saying
I
we
see.
should
So
differentiate
could-
it separate. So that they don't, try to be like, where we have that?
Well, they will do that in a heartbeat. We already have that. We're not doing anything with it, but we already have it.
All right, do you need the motion read back?
I actually need the motion. Please take it.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I have a motion to consider recommending a commission that is.
Okay, I'm gonna word this out again. I'm gonna entertain a motion to recommend exploring a potential, I'm gonna actually say a commission or a.
I say keep commission. And the only reason I say that is that I think it makes it more prominent, or it could. And
I'm gonna go forth with commission, and I think it's just for the sake of having a conversation, and whether that be adjusted, that is a later discussion, but I'm gonna go forth with, entertaining a motion to explore a potential commission related to artificial intelligence, AI, and emerging technology, within the city of Los Angeles. So that would be the motion that I am.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there further discussion?
No.
Is there any objections? Seeing none, that motion moves forward. All right, and the last one, I'm gonna look to staff to direct us on how we wanna go about personnel.
Max is about to say, what I'm about to say is that we saw a lot of updating on personnel, especially based on personnel procurement or presentations that were handled today. So that will be updated and, you know, forwarded on to commission, ad hoc commission, et cetera. So, Max?
Yeah, I mean, you could just
So
vote to move all those items forward.
I will entertain a motion to move forward all of the attachments that's within the personnel section.
I second.
Okay. And then maybe just add to ad hoc committee and the full commission. Move forward. Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Okay, no objections, seeing none, that motion passes. All right, I think that is the bulk of the staff report that is done.
And I just want to say, Madam Chair, thank you commissioners, Madam Chair, for serving on 2 committees, double duty. One as chair, thank you, and the other governance structure. Appreciate the extra lift and extra time out of your schedule. And of course, appreciate the commissioners' time out of their schedules to do this work.
All right, thank you for the public for joining us for this Personnel and Budget Committee. Just a reminder, the first ad hoc committee will be this Saturday. You can go to our website to refer to all that details.
9:30 a.m.
9:30 a.m.
A question about that.
Sure.
The meeting's adjourned.
Not quite
Until
yet.
she says
Okay,
yes.
I'm sorry.
And so if there's no final comments from the commissioners, then I'm gonna entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a
Or
second?
should we have this discussion before we adjourn?
It's not on the agenda, so I would say, yeah.
Okay, all right. Any objections? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned at 6:13 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
4 hours, 13 minutes.
That wasn't bad. So